Okie dokie. Hopefully this works this time. Reload Twitch. Reload a few other tabs. Very nice. And let's get the thumbnail uploaded as we load in here. All right, so this one gets deleted. We'll see. Edit thumbnail. No, it's not for kids. And we're about ready to go. Once it uploads. Okie dokie. Well, here we are, Sunday night, looking at some nightly news here, playing some some World of Warcraft hardcore, but I like to make it a little more challenging. It's kind of extra hardcore. We've got our Shaman here, currently level 16. Not that big of a deal, but we're doing a zero talent challenge as far as we can go. Really, I can't decide whether I want to just level as like a real with some really bad meme build like totems, get some hit chance in here and some other like little mana things, and not really be rolling as a healer, but a lot of utility down in this talent tree. Just go for basic enhancement, or an instacast elemental where you don't really focus on the lightning but all the other talents, or maybe a hybrid. So I'm kind of like floating around with some neat ideas for the build, but for now we're just going to make it a little more of a challenge and just do zero talents as far as we can go. The druid is at level 28, no talents, except for I think nature's grasp for some survivability. And that's all. And it's the druid is also no shapeshift challenge, so we'll see how that goes. Zero shapeshift abilities completely. Well, we've got I got a lot of things on the books. I just opened up a few videos that looked kind of interesting. Haven't watched them yet, no pre-watching or anything like that. But this lady usually rips people apart, or at least she tries, and it's kind of hilarious. And we've got some other things. As far as news and politics goes, just so everybody knows, I am as in the middle as you can possibly be. I think it's all a clown show. I'm not really on one side or the other. Sometimes, you'll find yourself agreeing to some sort of little common sense side that either side has, but usually uh, there's the truth is found in the middle, like where people are partially correct or partially wrong, and you really need to find the right answers. A lot of times, if you just follow the money, you find the motivation for the right and the left. Anyway, figured I'd give this a shot. Usually, as of late, I've been watching tons of videos, news videos at night, and realized, hey, this could kind of work with some of the streams that we're doing. So, leave party, auto layer, add-ons are running. If you guys here, I see a couple of you are here from the guild. Welcome. That's great. Brand new first guild, first day of the guild today. And let's get going without further ado. Make sure the volume's all good on these. Oh, I don't want to hot mic my other channel videos. Real quick, one setting to change, and then we'll hit play. Got about like 8 videos to watch tonight. They're all pretty short. I don't want to pick super long ones, so muted. This is muted, and so is this. Okay. Here we go.
Good morning to everyone who is here today, to our witnesses, to our guests who are here as well. Important conversation about leveraging technology to strengthen immigration enforcement. It was last year when I was in the Oversight Committee and I exposed a sanctuary sheriff in the state of South Carolina, Charleston County, South Carolina. Her name was Kristen Graziano. And I learned that she was not working with ICE at the time, and she was letting illegal immigrants who are here in our country illegally, criminals, because they break the law when they come into our country as soon as they cross that border illegally, it's a crime. But she was allowing rapists, pedophiles, molesters, murderers out onto the streets of South Carolina in my district, in my state, doing harm to women and girls. And so,
you know, it's a little, I guess it's appropriate for her to talk about this. I've heard that she's experienced something pretty bad. I don't really know how true it is, but it seemed like the person that was sharing this information and other people in this other stream I was watching understood it to be pretty common knowledge that she's experienced some bad stuff. So yeah, anyway, it's interesting that she's talking about this because she's experienced something quite similar to the challenges that she's discussing that women have faced in this kind of situation right now. Interesting. I don't think I realized this was about immigration. I was just like, oh, Nancy Mace, she usually yells at people without yelling. She just rips into them. Uh, what is this even titled? Major accusations against Biden and migrant crisis. Okay, well, let's see what she has to say about it.
having this conversation today is more important than ever because we have to stop this. And I will say this, that illegal border crossings are down significantly now that Donald Trump is president. I believe the last stat I read was that they're down 90%. But anyway, when I was exposing what my sanctuary sheriff was doing last year, my lieutenant governor, Pam Yvette, stood silent. My attorney general, Alan Wilson, stood silent. I was literally one of the only people in South Carolina willing to stick my neck out, put my career on the line, my reputation on the line to make sure this kind of thing stopped. And so today we're going to have this hearing about using technology to minimize illegal immigration, to strengthen immigration enforcement. First of all, it's well documented the Biden administration used technology to facilitate the invasion of our nation by millions of illegal aliens, the CBP One app being just one example of this. Today's hearing will explore how technology can help strengthen the enforcement of our nation's immigration laws. Cutting-edge technology enhances immigration enforcement and reduces risks for immigration enforcement officials. From facial recognition software to data analytics, powered by artificial intelligence to GPS monitoring, advanced technologies empower U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, to track, apprehend, and deport illegal aliens in our country. And we know right now under the leadership of Donald Trump, under the leadership of Tom Homan, that we're trying to deport those who are here illegally as fast as we can. And I believe we don't have enough ICE agents right now to do that. We've got to make sure that ICE and Homeland Security have all the resources they need to do it as quickly as possible. Tracking illegal aliens and identifying threats to the homeland allows ICE to more effectively enforce our nation's immigration laws and remove those who are unlawfully present in the United States. Former President Biden and his Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, willfully and intentionally unleashed an invasion of illegal aliens into the U.S. from around the world. We had more people crossing illegally into our country that were on the terrorist watch list than ever in the history of the United States over the last 4 years. Illegal aliens shepherded into the country by the Biden administration include terrorists, murderers, rapists, pedophiles, cartel members, drug traffickers, sex traffickers, child traffickers, human traffickers, not exactly the kind of people you want roaming the streets of our communities. By systematically dismantling President Trump's policies from his first administration, the Biden administration flung the border wide open for any and all who wish to enter here, the U.S., illegally. This has led to the unlawful entry of over 10 million illegal aliens into the U.S. and nearly 2 million, quote, known gotaways, end quote, who entered the country without once being apprehended. As of last July, there were over 646,000 illegal aliens with additional criminal histories running around free right here in the United States. And those are only criminal aliens that are known to ICE officials. So the actual number is actually statistically probably significantly much, much higher. Why is this issue important? Why must we use all means at our disposal to identify, locate, and deport all illegal aliens in the U.S.? It's because the heinous nature of the crimes committed by those who enter the U.S. illegally and treat this nation as their own playground to get rich by selling human beings and illegal drugs while victimizing women and children. The most dangerous criminals include cartel organizations that control the border, who force women into indentured servitude or sex slavery to pay for their entry into the U.S. They subject children to child pornography. If you speak to law enforcement at the border, you'll hear about rape trees, where the underwear of women and girls brutally raped on their journey to America are hung like trophies. 10 years ago, I didn't even know what fentanyl was. And now I personally know multiple people who've died of a fentanyl overdose. We've all heard stories also of law enforcement who are doing investigations who are accidentally exposed to fentanyl, end up in the hospital, very sick. They're lucky they haven't died. The Biden administration shoulders the blame for the record deaths of the American citizens, the record number of illegal aliens, and the record profits for drug cartels due to fentanyl and human trafficking. And we're talking about numbers about the amount of money that the cartels have made off of drug trafficking and human trafficking, tens of billions of dollars, easily north of 60 or 70 billion dollars. They're making money off the U.S. because we let them. To protect American citizens, we must undo the horrors caused by the Biden administration's immigration policies that rewarded criminal illegal aliens. A core component of this is the ability to track and monitor all illegal aliens in the country when detention isn't feasible for some reason. When used as part of the Alternatives to Detention, or ATD program, modern technology can be used to monitor illegal aliens within the country and assist with proper enforcement of U.S. immigration laws. When detention is not possible, these modern technologies can enhance security by monitoring and tracking illegal aliens to ensure they can be removed once a final order of removal is in place. The Biden administration, however, refused to use the ATD program as intended, frequently and prematurely removing illegal aliens from monitoring before a final order of removal was, and allowing them to scatter throughout the interior of our country and victimize American citizens. For example, at the Biden administration's direction, one of the illegal aliens who murdered Jocelyn Nungare, a 12-year-old girl from Texas, who was raped and strangled to death. This is Jocelyn Nungare. I hope we never forget her name. We never forget her face. We never forget the horrors she endured as she was 12 years old. So the illegal who raped and killed her had his GPS ankle monitor removed prior to committing these horrific crimes. Jocelyn Nungare is the face of the horrors American women and girls are suffering at the hands of illegals that have been let in by the Joe Biden administration. The Biden administration allowed this to happen, all while unconscionably ignoring easy-to-use and available technologies that could have prevented the release of illegal aliens with criminal histories in the first place. I look forward to the testimonies of our witnesses today, which include former ICE officials, to hear about their firsthand experience and suggestions on how we can leverage technology to strengthen immigration enforcement and facilitate the mass deportations Americans overwhelmingly support.
Okay, yeah. I thought this video was going to be more of her grilling into somebody, but this is just her reporting on a terrible event. It's kind of a downer to start off with something like that. But I don't really like viewing all these things beforehand because I feel like that's disingenuous if I just like pre-watch everything. But man, this is one of those stories that I was hoping to avoid and just not hear about because it's so graphic and so vile. So if you missed this part of the stream, you've been spared. Uh, Fox News. It's been my least favorite news source since I was a kid. But with the way things are going, and because we're looking at things on both sides of the fence, might as well hear what their side of it is. Um, However, I am looking at Sky News Australia reporting on it. That's why I picked it. Just I'm not really sure exact. I think they might be slightly right leaning, but but it's Australia's perspective, not like Sky News America or even Europe, because I think they have different avenues. But I am interested, for some reason, to see what Australia has to say, because it's also kind of strange to me that Australia is so invested in American politics. They have a whole channel where they're like covering American politics essentially. It's kind of fascinating. Um, so here we go. What is this even about? It's just a new thing with Levitt, and she reports pretty well. Even though I don't really agree with everything she says, obviously, or with what anybody says, but oh, apparently there's some sort of Musk and Rubio feud. Okay, I don't know what's this all about. I haven't heard about this at all yet. Let's see.
The president convened a meeting last week with members of his cabinet and with Elon to talk about this historic effort that everybody is on board with to identify the waste, fraud, and abuse across our federal government. And the meeting was highly productive. It was an open dialogue and discussion, which is exactly what the president's team should be doing, engaging with one another to implement the president's goals. And so everybody is on board with President Trump's mission and Doge's mission to identify this waste and fraud, to be good stewards of the American taxpayers' money. And both Elon and Marco are doing an incredible job in their respective roles. And that's true of everybody in President Trump's cabinet. He has really put together an extraordinary team. And I think it's pitiful that the mainstream media is working overtime to try to divide President Trump from Elon and from other members of his cabinet.
Okay, so she's just made a statement. Oh, this is not that great. If they're just going to put up some little pieces of text. Okay. They do report pretty well on this channel sometimes. Certain people do. Other people are just kind of annoying. What is this? Yeah, okay, this is just what we just heard her say. Reporting today is like a hit or miss. It really is. Goodness.
Who has more authority? With who are you
This
with?
audio quality is terrible.
Oh, no wonder. That's enough.
What's this? Always like to see what the White House decides is important to share with us. This was 2 days ago. Yeah, I've avoided watching it, but it's only 2 minutes, so let's see what they put together. It's so polarizing. I think isn't this is what he said during his little address where everyone was yelling at him.
It has only been 40.
Is it just me or does it feel quiet though? Like everything feels quieter on the stream right now. It wasn't like this earlier today. We were watching movies. Let me double check. That's turned up.
4 days, but the president will have a lot to talk about tonight when he heads up to Capitol Hill to address a joint...
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of
we
America.
inaugurate a new president and vice president.
From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back. Our spirit is back. Our pride is back. Members of Congress, and to my fellow citizens, America is back. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. Every day my administration is fighting to bring a future that America deserves. We are draining the swamp, and the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. Despite the best efforts of those who will try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm just doing like a little nightly news thing. It's the first time I've done it. I figured I'd just watch a bunch of different news videos that kind of stood out to me. It's interesting that there's so much content is being put out by the White House these days. Okay, so Sky News Australia. Hopefully this was actually a good one. So they're arguing, some ladies arguing with CBS. Okay, let's see what happens.
But when it comes to reviving the policy of separating families from their children at the border,
we're actually reviving it.
That's what I want to ask you.
President Biden didn't follow the law. He didn't follow the law in the fact that it's always been equally applied until his administration. And then he made decisions to ignore federal law in how he handled immigration and enforcement within our borders. And so today we're expanding our team at ICE, and we're going to have an acting director in Todd Lyons, who has a long history with Tom Homan. They have worked together to build on these enforcement operations. We're also naming a deputy secretary in Madison Sheehan that was going to be another expansion of this team.
His typical...
Gosh dang it, why is everything so quiet? It was not like this earlier. Okay, Asmongold is watching some Trump. Maybe his audio is better. Let's see. I don't normally like to watch Asmongold, but he's finding some pretty good clips these days. I kind of want to save that for last because I'm not too excited about it. This is interesting. We got a new guy replacing Trudeau, however you say it. I feel like this guy came out of left field. We were looking at some other guy for a while, and now all of a sudden this guy shows up. It's very strange.
With his successor and new Prime Minister of Canada revealed to be staunch anti-Trumper Mark Carney. Trudeau posted on X saying, "I leave as leader of the Liberal Party with the same belief in hope and hard work as when I started. Hope for this party and hope for this country, because of the millions of Canadians who prove every day that better is always possible." Mark Carney received 85% of the vote from his party and was named as leader and Prime Minister.
In first place.
My goodness. Where are these raptors? Oh, here's a bird.
The next Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, with 131,674 votes, resulting in...
Dude, there are so many zebras here for you. The bodies are everywhere. Oh my gosh.
29,457 allocated points, representing 85.9% of the vote.
Online commentators were celebrating Trudeau's departure, with this person saying, "Today we say goodbye to the worst Prime Minister in history of Canada. Justin Trudeau, you will not be missed." Despite Trudeau's deep unpopularity, his replacement doesn't seem to be any better. He may even be more extreme if past footage is anything to go by. Carney is staunchly anti-Trump, calling him a bully.
President Trump thinks Canada will cave in. We will never, ever bow down to a bully. Canadians will always stick together. And we won't stand by as tariffs hurt our workers and their families. Canadians need to remain united. Now, let me be clear. This situation, unfortunately, could not be more serious. And at times like these, we need serious leadership and a serious plan. I'm ready to stand up for Canada. Who's with me?
And in his acceptance speech, he reiterated this stance, standing strong on Canada's tariffs on the US until they are shown respect.
The Canadian government has rightly retaliated and is rightly retaliating with our own tariffs that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here in Canada. And my government will keep our tariffs on until the Americans show us respect.
Online commentators reacted to Trudeau's successor, saying the two leaders are carbon copies of one another. This commentator said, "Justin Trudeau has just been replaced by Mark Carney as Prime Minister of Canada, another far-left lunatic." And this commentator didn't hold back, saying, "Mark Carney is a WEF globalist, post-national state lunatic net zero and the designer of Canada's rapid descent into poverty and irrelevance. SOS, we are not okay." Canada's opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, also weighed in, saying, "Liberals are trying to trick Canadians into electing them for a fourth term by replacing Trudeau with his economic advisor, Mark Carney. It is the same Liberal team that drove up taxes, housing costs and food prices, while Carney personally profited from moving billions of dollars and thousands of jobs out of Canada to the United States."
Yes, this guy needs to become the new Prime Minister. He is so common sense. It's insane.
We need a new Conservative government that will put Canada first, for a change. And since being named leader of Canada, more of his policy positions are being exposed, including his obsession with net zero emissions.
Skepticism about ESG labels or sustainable labels, and that again is one of the reasons we're having this ruthless, relentless focus on net zero, because in the end, look, we can't stabilize the climate unless we get to net zero, and it's a simple, these are hard numbers. Your emissions are either A or B, they're going up or down, and if they're going down, are they going down consistent with the science? We anchor it in the science, the same science the UN and others use for the 1.5 degree objectives.
Canadian psychologist and commentator Jordan Peterson slammed Carney's environmental fixation, saying it will destroy the economy.
Inevitable grand poobah of the currently wretched but still dangerously powerful Liberals. One Mark Carney is one of the world's prime advocates of the insane inanities of net zero. He is a man who has planned in writing, not least in his best-selling book Values, the complete destruction of the fossil fuel industry. Bye-bye, Alberta.
Okay. Interesting. So they really are mad that this new guy took over. I am too, because that Poilievre guy is kind of based. Oops, sorry. Yeah, that Poilievre guy is kind of based. It would be way better if he was the Canadian Prime Minister. He's very common sense. I just think about that video where he's chewing an apple and basically just Bugs Bunnying the reporter. It was great. Anyway, this looks hilarious. I don't know what this is all about with all of these little Vance things. But it says liberal trolls share wild memes of JD Vance. I'm so curious. Okay, it makes it worth it. We've got to see this.
There's a zillion of these. Vice President J.D. Vance has a new title, King of the Internet Memes. Both the left and the right are having fun with these images of the vice president after last week's Oval Office dust-up with Ukrainian President Zelensky, transforming Vance into... There's a zillion of these. Bob Ross, the Las Vegas Dome, the very popular chubby-faced Vance, And the VP finally broke his silence on this yesterday, telling a reporter that he has indeed seen the memes, I don't know how you could not, and is enjoying the fun, which is rather par for the course on this administration, particularly when it comes to the internet and this whole venue. Remember his boss, the same guy, hanging up his own mugshot in the Oval Office. Taylor, a sense of humor has got to help.
Yes. Nowadays. You know what? The left is offended by everything. So I love that more and more people on the right are saying, great, make fun of me. I'm good. I'm only, people only get offended when they're super insecure. So I love that we can just laugh it off and be the party of common sense fun again.
That's the funny thing about all of this, that Republicans used to be seen as the party that were stuffy, white guys, boring, right? They're the cool party now. Because when you could contrast it with, say, Al Green, for example, during the joint session to Congress.
Imagine glazing yourself so hard that you're like, we're the cool party. So stupid. I don't know if I can finish watching this.
And he's waving his cane, the old guy, right? Or AOC or Jasmine Crockett or, Elizabeth Warren. Remember that video she did with her husband? She's like, oh, thanks for being here. It's literally her own kitchen. She's like, I'm going to get me a beer. We forget that J.D. Vance is 40 years old, right? And he was called weird by the 80s goofy sitcom dad, Tim Walz. Turns out that J.D. Vance has the highest favorability ratings of almost any politician because down to earth, he's like a cool guy. And he gets how the internet works, just like his boss, President Trump. The meme thing, it works.
100%. It's exactly right. And especially J.D. Vance, who I know. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to meet someone who is more confident and secure in himself and who he is, and he's just not going to be bothered by any of this stuff and can enjoy it like the rest of us, while understanding that we, on our side of the political argument, are just so much better at this because we believe in, to your point, I mean, it's having a sense of humour, but also that sense of kind of freedom and not constantly kind of lecturing everyone. You can't say this, you can't say that. And even when they try and do it, it's so embarrassing. Like with that video they made, with who choose your fighter.
Yeah, the Republicans have definitely managed to find this niche and do a little bit better when it comes to the meme game, just sort of across the board.
Yeah, social media, it's so important now in politics. And I think that Democrats are making themselves the story with all these videos that they put out.
Yeah, okay. They like that they make videos and they think it's good that they're on social media. Okay, big deal. But there is one really good point, and it's that, well, yeah, obviously Biden didn't talk to the media that much in comparison to Trump, right? And Trump is always doing these like Oval Office meetings, like every day it feels like, with the news, with the press, and the press themselves said Biden would never do this kind of thing. And so it's kind of interesting that they are basically televising the entire presidency day in and day out, which is unprecedented. We've never had anything like this before where the presidency itself was televised to such a degree. It's just so interesting that it's as different as it is. Okay, so let's take a look here. Okay, I'll watch the Asmongold stuff. I don't know. He's got a couple, so which one is technically supposed to come first? Let's take a look. It's the nuclear. Okay, Trump fears nuclear war. Okay, let's see.
Today, you may have your deal back. So was that all the art of the deal? Or what specifically ticked you off?
Well, he was able to, it was like taking candy from a baby, what he did. He's a smart guy.
Who's the baby? Probably Biden.
And he's a tough guy. And he took money out of this country under Biden.
Jesus, I knew it. Oh my God, I knew it. He was so dumb. Yep, see, I told you guys, that's what it was. I knew it.
Like candy from a baby.
So the thing is, a lot of people take Asmongold seriously when he acts this way and says like, oh, I knew it, and he's so dumb, but he's just farming. I feel like a lot of people get it, but a lot of people don't. He's like never serious about like anything he actually says. Even when he says, you want to know my real opinion? And it's hardly, it feels like well, maybe it is his real opinion, but he's just so good at arguing whatever side it is that he's going towards. It is really actually hard to tell if it's actually his opinion, which it might be, or if it's like he's playing everyone because he can do that. Anyway, here we go.
Baby. It was so easy with that same attitude. And I just don't think he's grateful. We gave him, in my opinion, $350 billion. Europe is in for $100 billion. We gave him $350 billion, and he's talking about the fact that they have fought, and there's a bravery because somebody has to use the weapons. But without those weapons, don't forget, I was the one that gave him the javelins that was able to knock down all the tanks.
How could we
Obama
forget?
gave nothing. Look, if I were president, that would have never happened. You wouldn't have had Russia going into Ukraine. You wouldn't have had the whole situation with Hamas and October 7th. Would have never
What's
happened.
the breakdown to 350 billion? Basically, Trump said we gave him 350 billion. So that's the way it is.
He also
Trump
also said it was his opinion that we gave 350 billion. So really, if you're going to play some sort of like devil's advocate thing where you're going to like see where his half truth might be going with this, it's probably that in the assets and things that we gave, they could add up to this amount once you consider everything, like even like shipping and all this kind of stuff, how much money actually went into the support. Maybe he is saying that that is his opinion, because I haven't heard him say it's in my opinion before. Now he's saying in my opinion. So now it's Trump's opinion, not fact, but his opinion that we gave him 350 billion. Yeah, okay, that is a change from what he has said in the past, at least as far as I've seen. And up until now, I've always kind of like wondered if that was the real case, and now it seems like with this qualifier, it's leaning in that direction a little bit more. The qualifier being, oh, it's his opinion, meaning, okay, it's not a fact. Okay, so is he getting this opinion from somewhere? Is it like money tied up somewhere else? So again, that's to play the whole devil's advocate side. It's probably a little bit disingenuous. It's probably due to the fact that he was either misinformed at some time or someone told him he could say this and do this. Oh, no, somebody in my guild just died. That's the dead mines he wanted me to go in. Oh gosh. No. Okay.
Because Iran was broke. They had no money.
That's
they weren't
right.
giving it to Hamas or Hezbollah, anybody else. You would have never had the worst evacuation anyone's ever seen, which is Afghanistan, which was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And you know what else? You wouldn't have had inflation. We had record-setting inflation under Biden. It was a killer.
You may
it's
get
one
it
of the
again.
reasons I won the election.
But you may get it again with these tariffs, right? I
You may
mean,
get it.
one CEO said to me, my input costs have already started to go up. I'm going to have to raise prices.
In the meantime, guess what? Interest rates are down for the last 3-4 days at good levels. I mean, when you add interest rates, you're talking about it's gone down. I've been saying, let's get interest rates down. Nobody ever gets rich when the interest rates are high because people can't borrow money. Interest rates.
I think the people that are giving out money do.
Are going down. You know what else is going down? what have I been trying to get down?
Oil.
Energy. Energy's going down. I'd love to see energy go down. You know, energy is really what caused it. They screwed up my energy. I had the most energy, and they screwed it up. Then they went back to it. It was going through the roof. They went back to some drilling, but it was gone. It was hopeless. It was lost. But energy's gone down, and interest rates have gone up over the last week. That's a big thing. I love that.
Do you expect Zelensky to come back? Do you expect to do that rare earth minerals deal?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll happen.
Are you sure there's the content that you think there is there? Because some people were questioning if, in fact, there is the titanium and the lithium, all those the rare earth minerals. You think it is rich with those things?
Well, I do. I mean, I've had it checked. By the best. It's very valuable. But with all that being said, Biden should have never put up $350 billion. He should have equalized with Europe. All he had to do is say, you got to stay even with us. They're in for 100. We're in for 350. How does that? And we have an ocean in between us, right? We're not in the danger that they are. They are in much greater danger.
Dude, he just says the same crap every day. It makes it so it's hard to misquote him, I guess. So it's pretty strategic. But man, he just says the same thing every day. Makes sense, though. He does report on his thoughts more than others have in the past, but it just gets a little exhausting.
Danger, if you call it danger. He should have never done that. You know, the other thing with Europe that bothers me? They've given Russia more money, by far, for buying their oil than they put into Ukraine. So they're paying all this money to Russia, and we're in there for $350 billion. Biden should have never done that.
I spoke with the president of Poland.
You have to understand that some people might not realize why he keeps repeating the $350 billion thing. The reason is that
well, duh, because the more he says it, the more people are going to believe him, and the harder it is to, like, challenge him.
If you guys ever saw the movie Beetlejuice, is that if you say it 3 times close enough together.
Oh my gosh. What? Okay.
It actually turns into being true. Yeah, so that's the 3rd time. Now it's true.
The other day, President DotA has great respect for you.
Yeah.
And I said to him, what
science.
if the U.S. walks away and stays away? Here's what he said. Without the United States, do you believe that Europe is capable of offering meaningful security to Ukraine?
I would like to believe it, but experience to date shows that this has not been the case. The entire history so far of
you can tell he's from Poland because his name looks like it's spelled wrong.
the last 3 years of the war shows that without American support, Ukraine will not survive.
Are you comfortable with that? The fact that you walked away and Ukraine may not survive?
Yeah.
Well, it may not survive anyway, but, you know, we have some weaknesses with Russia. You know, it takes two. Look, it was not going to happen, that war, and it happened. So now we're stuck with this mess. Think of what he stuck me with. Open borders where we have 21 million people came into our country, many of whom should not be here. Many are criminals. Many are criminals. Many murderers. Murderers. Drug dealers. Drug lords.
That's bad.
We got that. We have the whole mess with Israel on October 7th. We have all of the ramifications from the worst and dumbest withdrawal in history.
Both Ukraine and Israel were both attacked by aggressors. Is America treating both countries similarly? Are
That's a good question. That's a great question.
they treating the aggressors similarly?
I think so. Look, they're
Are
very
you
different.
favoring one over the other?
They're very different places, okay? Very, very different. You're talking about different levels of power. You're talking about different parts of the world. The Middle East has been under attack forever. It's been, you look, when wasn't it under attack? And then we came along and did the Abraham Accords, which was unheard of.
Have you been as tough on Russia as you've been on Hamas? I mean, what do you want to say to
Well,
critics?
I've been much tougher because I haven't done to Hamas.
Have you been as tough on Russia as
Parts of the world. The Middle East has been under attack forever. It's been, You look, when wasn't it under attack?
Okay.
And then we came along and did the Abraham Accords, which was unheard of.
Have you been as tough on Russia as you've been on Hamas? I mean, what do you want to say to
Well,
critics?
I've been much tougher because I haven't done to Hamas. That's been Israel that has to do to Hamas. But Israel does tell me what's going on. I think I've been very tough to Russia. Tougher than anybody's ever been to Russia, if you think about it.
Nobody's
First of
been
all,
tougher.
we had the Russia hoax, which was a very bad thing. Could have led to a war. And that was started.
This was in 2016, where everybody said that he wasn't the legitimate. Remember the hashtag not my president? You guys remember that? A little bit of a vintage meme.
By Schiff and all these lowlifes.
I know.
They're total lowlifes. And it was a fake deal. The 51 intelligence
He will not
agencies.
divide us. I remember that.
I took all their passes away. They can't participate anymore. These guys know it came from Hunter Biden's laptop from hell, which came from his bathroom and/or his bedroom. Okay, not a pretty sight. But this was a Hunter Biden thing. They said it was from Russia.
His bathroom or his bedroom? Okay. Okay.
No, I've been very tough. Remember this: I'm the one that stopped the Russian pipeline, Nord Stream 2.
Oh.
I stopped it. Biden came in, and he approved it. I'm the one that put sanctions on Russia. I'm the one that gave the javelins against Russia. No, I've been very tough, but I got along well with Putin. And because I got along well, they say, he's so... Nobody's ever been... Putin would be the first to say it. Nobody's been tougher than Trump.
Man.
And Biden hasn't been tough. Biden's done nothing. He was a weak, pathetic man.
So is there anything else you want to say to the critics?
Damn, he really going in on Biden. Jesus, he's shitting on him.
To say you chose a side in the Ukraine-Russia story, and that's Russia. Because, you called Zelensky a dick.
Well, I mean, Biden was pretty terrible. He didn't really do much. It's like, doesn't get more lame duck than that. But like, it was not even like lame duck because of the government getting in his way. It was like lame duck because of his own incompetence. Like, he was terrible. But I feel like the actual reason Trump is doing what he's doing, making fun of Biden as much as he does, is because it legitimizes him even more so, because Biden's so bad. Look at me. Look how great everything is now because you have me. It almost like, besides that, it just also just legitimizes a lot of what Trump's actions are. To the public's eye, not like literally, but like to the public's eye, people perceive it this way.
Dictator, and you had the fight.
Nobody has been tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. Nobody. And they know that. They know that. Just look at the things I just told you. The pipeline, I stopped it. The biggest job they've ever done was the pipeline, Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of it until I came along. They were building it happily. They were going to supply Germany and everybody else all over Europe. And what did I do? I stopped it. The biggest economic job they've ever had, I stopped it. Biden got in. On the second day, he approved it. He said, let it go forward.
Damn.
It was totally stopped.
Third time
Just
it's
that
true now?
one thing
That's the
alone
second
tells
time.
you everything. No, I was tough. At the same time...
Okay, now he just said it. That's the third time.
Well, it's almost like he's making the joke about Beetlejuice saying, if he says it 3 times, then it becomes true, or something. But actually, it's almost like a better example is Seinfeld, where you've got that episode where Costanza thinks that the more he can annoy a woman, the more she will like him, because he gets stuck in their head. Costanza. So that's like actually what's happening. Like, these ideas are being implemented into our heads. The more he says it, the more that everyone says it, which is actually a tactic that the media uses all the time. They just keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over again, and then people believe it. Now, I mean, what he's saying might be true and stuff like that. I mean, I don't really know enough about it. Um, Everyone says, "Oh, he's lying all the time. Everything he says is a lie." Well, it's probably all politicians lie, right? And he probably is too. But it's kind of foolish to just automatically say everything that he is saying is always a lie, because then that's kind of like impossible. There's probably a lot of half truths, but you really got to do is just follow the money. Like, why is he taking this side? There's always a motivation behind it. Part of me theorizes that there might be a little bit of altruism in leaders when they get this old. There might be, because they think, well, I've attained everything in my life. Like Trump, right? He's millionaire, billionaire, whatever he is. I don't even know. I don't even care. He's just got a crap ton of money, a crap ton of success. Is it possible that like he just wants to create a world that's really good for his future kids, and his family? Is that really his actual goal? So all of his policies, is it really to just help like the future of his family? I mean, he always calls himself a family man, and he prides himself in calling him this. Could that be a lot of the motivation? I don't know. This is just me psychoanalyzing Trump. Who knows? Who knows?
Okay, so yeah, now it is true.
I got along with Putin.
Yeah.
I got along with Kim Jong-un. I got along with President Xi. But nobody was tougher, like on China, than I was.
And then there are reports now that Russia says it will help the United States negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. What kind of deal with Iran do you want to do? You said they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
No, well, there are two ways Iran can be handled, militarily or you make a deal. I would prefer to make a deal, because I'm not looking to
So they either make a deal or Trump just bombs the shit out of them? Okay. I could easily expect that to happen. All right. Yep, stop doing it or we're going to kill you.
Iran. They're great people. I know so many Iranians from this country.
Well, not the leadership.
No, not the leadership.
The people.
They're very evil people. No, but the people of Iran are great people. But they had a tough regime, and they'd meet and they'd be shot in the streets. I mean, it was a tough deal. But I would rather negotiate a deal. I'm not sure that everybody agrees with me, but we can make a deal that would be just as good as if you won militarily. But the time is happening now. The time is coming up. Something's going to happen one way or the other. I hope that Iran, and I've written them a letter saying, I hope you're going to negotiate, because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
You wrote a letter to...
So, damn. Okay. All right.
The Khomeini?
Yes.
Yeah.
When did you send the letter?
Yesterday.
And you said you better negotiate, or we want you to negotiate?
I didn't say you better. I said, I hope you're going to negotiate, because it's going to be a lot better for Iran. And I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
You said you wanted to do the Golden Dome. You've got a lot of ideas for America. But then earlier you said you wanted to...
We got the Golden Dome. We got the gold cards, bro. Like, we're back. Yep. He wouldn't bomb shit. They fight proxy with Israel, or it's World War III. The latter won't happen, or it'll hurt his investment. So I don't know. The Golden Age. Yep. Think about that. The Golden Age. I feel like we got a lot. Make America gold again. Yep.
Cut $1 trillion in defense spending, right?
I didn't say I was...
You're not going to... So I was like, which is it? Are you cutting defense spending, or are you building us up?
I never said defense spending.
Okay, because I think you were talking about denuclearization.
Correct.
And that's where the cutting of the spending came in.
I never said cut. No, it's not in these days. I'd love to cut defense spending, but not now. Because you have China, you have Russia, you have a lot of problems.
You got to buy
there.
a lot of bombs.
No.
In fact,
no. What I have said is, we spend a lot of money on nuclear missiles, nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
The level of destruction is beyond anything you can even imagine. It's just bad that everybody has to spend all this money on something that, if it's used, it's probably the end of the world.
I actually psychoanalyzed Trump a little bit earlier, just a little bit. I know part of me doesn't really want to talk about like politics or anything this much. I'm just kind of trying to see like what's out there. But it is interesting to watch his chat basically meme on this situation that is our government right now. It's ridiculous. Who knows what's true? We really just need to follow the money. Both sides, right and left. Just follow the money. Find people's motivation for things. Let's see if I got any like little comments in the chat over here. Yeah, no. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Damn.
I don't know what to say to that.
You know, when I listen to these climate lunatics and they talk about global warming, and they say the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch in the next 300 years.
Yeah.
And, you know,
don't give a fuck.
And nobody talks about nuclear weapons or some of the other things, but the nuclear weapons in particular right now. And
he's got the
they talk
cards,
about
boys.
The climate. And they talk about the dangers of the climate. But they don't talk about the dangers of a nuclear weapon, which could happen tomorrow. They said 300 years. I watched Biden for years say the existential threat. He loved the term existential threat.
I use that.
Our greatest existential threat is from the climate. And I said, no.
Well,
the greatest is sitting in shelves in various countries called nuclear weapons that are big monsters that can blow your heads off for miles and miles and miles. And they never mention that.
Man, that's a lot. Big boy, heads off. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's crazy. And it's the day after tomorrow. Do you think if the world actually got rid of their nukes, would some countries keep some secretly? Yeah, I think that they would. I think that the logic is that stop building more of them because we can already blow up the whole world. So, like, we're kind of like at capacity here, right? We don't need to blow up the whole world 2 times. Let's just stop here. And we have some of these, but we don't need infinitely more of them, right? That's the point. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the line of reasoning that he has.
Okay. Let's get the last video.
And I almost 6 weeks now, and I hope we can continue to go like that. We're at a very rapid pace. We have to make up for a lot of lost time. And the country was very poorly run for 4 years. That you know better than anybody. Nobody covered it better than you, frankly. It's an honor to be with so many great people. We have really great people working with us.
You said America is back, momentum is back, our pride and spirit are back, and we're just getting started.
Right.
What do you specifically want America to look like in 4 years when you're done?
Well, I want a dynamic country where the private enterprise carries the day, not the government. And I want a strong country militarily. We need that nowadays. You can see that probably better than ever before. So I rebuilt our military. A lot of it was given away to Afghanistan, but it was a lot, but a very small portion, in all fairness. But when you think about the billions and billions of dollars that was just handed over, but I rebuilt it. We're going to be rebuilding it again because we need that. We always need that. But we're doing a series of incentives, tax incentives and other things. The tax bill, I think, is going to be very important. The Democrats will fight us all the way. One thing I learned the other night, again, I could say, because it's my fifth such speech. And at the beginning, I said, I didn't know it was going to be as pertinent as it turned out to be, that no matter what I do, this group of people in front of us, I could come up with the cure to the worst disease that the world has ever seen. I gave other examples. I said, no matter what I do, they're going to sit there angry, insolent. You just see it. I mean, you see
I think part of that's true, honestly. I think people would rather see the country fail than see Trump succeed. I do. I don't think this is something that's like exclusive to like Trump. I think people felt that way about Biden too, to an extent. But I feel like, especially like, you know, okay, well, we're not going to stand up and clap for, you know, some like kid with cancer or whatever. I mean, yeah, sure, it's optics and whatever, but if you play that optics game and you don't do that, you do kind of look like an asshole to average people, right? And so, yeah, it's about hate driven. Yeah, I would say so. It's a loser take? Absolutely.
You can feel it. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, no matter who it is, they won't stand, they won't applaud, they won't clap.
Yeah.
They'll just sit there with sour faces. And that's what they did. And, you know, it was interesting. I said, I wonder if I should put this in, but it worked out to be true. And I think by putting it in, I showed that it was true. And it's sad because we're doing great things in this country. This country's really got a chance to be pretty quickly great again. I think the country has got a big light over it right now. And I've been told this by even other foreign leaders. We had Modi, we had everybody. We had from France to India to about 12 that want to come in. They all want to be here. Every one of them wants to be here. We had the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom who was here, and he couldn't believe. He said the difference in terms of the feeling about the United States is very different. It feels that we're back, we're respected again. We are respected again. And in a way, we're back, and it's only been a few weeks.
And you spoke to the president of Mexico today. I want to talk about tariffs because even as you're seeing this optimism and excitement, there's some nervousness over your tariffs. Markets have been selling off. We're not sure how to view it.
I'm going to pause it.
Why?
I don't know if respected is the right word, but I think a lot of people are afraid. Like, I think that's definitely it, because, like, he does, like, Trump is, like, very unpredictable. And I think that, like, because he's so unpredictable, it makes people apprehensive about, like, doing anything against him, right? And, yeah, unpredictable, yes. Yeah, I think that's basically it. Fear and respect. Yeah, the U.S. has no friends anymore. I feel like if being friends with somebody is contingent on you giving them endless money, then, I don't know. I feel like, you know, it's not really a great friendship, is it?
Why did you roll back or put a pause into some of the tariffs until April 2nd?
Because I wanted to help Mexico and Canada to a certain extent. We're a big, big country, and they do a lot of their business with us, whereas in our case, it's much less significant. We do very little with Canada by comparison. And I wanted to help the American car makers until April 2nd. April 2nd, it becomes all reciprocal. What they charge us, we charge them. It's a big deal, but what they charge us, we charge them. But this is short term, and I felt that for the good of the American car makers and the MCA, you know, the USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. I thought it would be a fair thing to do, and so I gave them a little bit of a break for this short period of time.
But I asked you about this before, and I know you told me when I asked you, I said, you did USMCA, you put this together.
Yeah.
And yet then you come back and you change it up with these tariffs, and you said to me at that time, I did it because I can. I put an amendment in there, and I said in 6 years I can change it. But I think CEOs want to see predictability. They say, look, I have to speak with shareholders. I've got to make plans for CapEx spending. I can't if it's 20.
Yeah, that's I think one big reason why like people aren't spending money and people aren't investing money is they're afraid. They don't know what's going to happen. For sure. Reddit moderators just shut down pop culture. Remind me about that after I finish the video. I'll talk about it.
20% one day, and then it's off for a month, and it's 25%.
Yeah.
So can you give us a sense of whether or not we are going to get clarity for the business community?
Well, I think so. But, the tariffs could go up as time goes by, and they may go up. And, I don't know if it's predictability. I think
so that's not clarity.
No, I think that they say that. It sounds good to say. But for years, the globalists, the big globalists, have been ripping off the United States. They've been taking money away from the United States. And all we're doing is getting some of it back. And we're going to treat our country fairly. This country has been ripped off from every nation in the world, every company.
I think this is an opinion a lot of people have, is that people view the relationship that the U.S. has with other countries as being one-sided. And they view that basically, like, we give way more than what we get. That's it. Yeah, we're a cash cow. Exactly. And I think that a lot of people are tired of that. And I think especially now because, like, money is, like, tight for a lot of people. That's not true. Who cares? Who cares whether it's true or not? At the end of the day, this is the way that people think. And this is the way, this is the reason why this is happening. It's an extremely common perception. Like, I would say it's probably 70-80% of people feel this way. That if you ask like average Americans, do you think that the U.S. is getting more out of or spending more money out of its relationships with other countries? You would have probably over 80%. I'd say probably over 80% say that they're spending more money. Every country feels that way? Yeah, I don't know. But I think that's the way the U.S. feels. And so it would make some average Americans for fucking retards. Yeah, but like then you're gonna have that's I mean, okay, you could say they're retarded or whatever, but like that's still the reason why a lot of people think that way. So yeah, that's it.
In the world, we've been ripped off at levels never seen before.
Yeah.
And all we're going to do is get it back. We're going to get a lot of it back. We're not going to let people take advantage of us anymore. We're the United States. I believe that if Kamala had won, meaning that whole ideology, Kamala and Biden and Obama, that whole group of people, if they had won, I don't think we would have had a country any longer. I think this was the most, somebody said it the other day, the most consequential election in 129 years. If they would have won, I don't think we would have had a country. Not only did we won every swing state. Remember, I was watching you.
Yeah, I think that definitely he's right about this too. Is that like Kamala Harris winning was like a big loss for like just woke ideology in general. It was a huge, massive loss. That was it. Yeah, and I think that that's what really kind of shifted things. It died. Yeah, it's basically dead now. And I think that that's really what people were. And it's kind of ironic because like Kamala Harris didn't really run on a lot of like, woke issues, right? Like she didn't really play up very often that she was like, I don't know, like a minority or a woman. Like, yeah, obviously it was discussed, but like it wasn't like, for example, like I remember when Hillary Clinton ran, oh my God, that was the only thing that mattered was that she was a woman, right? And so, yes, she did. I don't think that she really did, especially not compared to Hillary Clinton. Obviously she brought it up. Of course she brought it up. But and people would ask her about it a lot. But if I go back and I watch a lot of her speeches, she didn't bring it up very often. And that's, I think that's true. That's what I remember. And so anyway, that being said, I think that what really matters though is like what that means culturally, right? Why would you do differently? Nothing comes to mind. Yeah, I don't know. She definitely did not run on far left values. No, definitely not.
Just before the election you're talking about, I think he's going to win 4 or 5. We won all 7. And we won the popular vote by millions of votes. We won the number of counties by 2,500 to 500, 2,750 to 500. And it's amazing. The map is all red.
Which is why I was surprised at the Democrats' behavior the other night, because you delivered among the most diverse, expanded audience, Republicans, Democrats, independents.
Yeah.
So is it just the Democrat leadership that does not see that?
There's something wrong with them. This is something I can't even believe it. They lost an election in a landslide.
I think he's right. I do. I think they've been totally captured by identity politics. And even now that they've lost on it, and it seems like people are shifting away from it culturally, they can't let it go. Yeah, they've been totally captured by it. I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of it, honestly, at this point. It's gotten so bad.
They were talking
Can't
about
stop,
men
won't stop?
playing in
Yeah.
women's sports. When I looked the other night, I made a speech. The Republicans were going wild, and the Democrats were having their little signs up, their little signs, their little tiny signs.
Do you think they can't let go because they don't have anything else? I think a lot of Democrats, I think that if you took names and titles and you just had people vote on different issues without a name or a party attached to it, I think that Democrats are actually, I think that in many ways they have the advantage policy-wise, especially with social policies. I think that the majority of people agree with a lot of their social economic policies. But the problem is that they don't run on those policies. They focus on identity politics instead, and I think that's what really alienates a lot of people, such as, I would say parental leave whenever you're working, different types of workers' rights, an expansion of entitlement services, better health care. I would say just things like that. Abortion. Yeah, abortion. Most people support abortion. Straight up, they do. Most people support abortion. Now, that's false. The vast majority of Democrats, legal abortion, as do about 3/4 of conservatives. About 51% favor expansive abortion rights. So there you go. Nearly 2/3 of Americans support abortion legally in all or most cases. So yeah, so a majority of people support abortion. Yeah, a majority of people support abortion. That's true. And this is true by every observable metric that you can find. And I know that now that doesn't mean you have to. And this is in the US, right? And so anyway, my point is that aside from that, I think that I think what's frustrating to a lot of people that are I would say kind of like me, is that I'm very much like I think we should have universal basic income, right? I'm a UBI supporter. I think it's going to happen. And so I'm for single payer healthcare, et cetera. But what really alienated me away and why I would never vote, I would basically never vote for a Democrat ever. And the reason why is because they support a group of people that will actively disenfranchise me based off of my identity. And I will never support somebody that will do that with no exceptions. Just straight up. If somebody is going to put me at a disadvantage for any reason because of some immutable characteristic, I will never vote for them. That's it. I won't vote for, and if they side with people that do that, I will never vote for them. So yeah, it's a non-starter. It's an immediate non-starter, instant decline, right? Because I don't want white guy being disenfranchised. Well, whenever opportunities are provided for a person, and I'm not part of that group, then yeah, I'm being disenfranchised. It's a zero-sum game. Yes, it is. And so that's it. It's literally that simple. And I will never vote against my own self-interest, just under no circumstance for any reason. And I would also recommend everybody else to do the exact same thing. I think that's the smart thing to do. Don't be a martyr. And anyway, so we're going to have gaming, by the way. You're right. You're definitely right. My stream is, I'm very lucky. I don't know what that has to do with it. And what's this here? You bet the net coin sinker. What is this here? And yeah, we've had a lot of there's really been a lot of retards in chat today. It's been really kind of impressive. What are you unhappy that I'm talking about here? Are you saying you're not going to vote for racists? No, I'm not. Says a millionaire? Yeah. If there's an opportunity provided for somebody and I'm not part of that group, then why would I support it? Like, really, like, give me one good reason why I should support a group of people who actively want to, give advantages to people that aren't me. You keep going on about DEI and wokeness when I don't even care about that. There are billionaires taking over the government. There have been billionaires taking over the government forever. I mean, I don't view this as like some kind of like unique evil. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not gonna view this as like some kind of like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Now there's billionaires being involved. Yeah, no, this has been going on forever. Like, look at the amount of money that the Koch brothers have invested into politics for the last 20 years. There's just because they did a better job at hiding it and they're not doing it as overtly. You think I'm supposed to like act like that's better? Absolutely not. There's a major difference between doing it publicly or doing it privately. Not really. I mean, I care about the effect of something, not necessarily the intent or like the way it's done. But yeah, anyway, so Death Stranding 2 PlayStation live stream. Yeah, I'll watch that in a few minutes. But anyway, my point is that I wanted to get to is that, yeah, I would never support anybody that would put me at a disadvantage. And that is a non-starter single issue for me. And I think that there are a lot of guys that feel the exact same way that I do. And if you don't feel the way that I do, I think you should.
And I said, it's unbelievable. They don't get it. They don't get it now.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to end up being a minor party if they keep going like this, because people don't want to hear about these stupid ideas that they have. Transgender for everybody. And again, the men and women's sports, what is that, a 90-10 deal? I don't even know who the 10 would be.
Yeah.
But they're fighting for it. And I try and say to myself, because you always like to understand where your opponent is, whether it's in business or anything else, is there something I don't understand? But we don't understand it. You look at their theories on tax. You know, all my life I've watched politics. I've always liked it. I've watched it. I participated, but from the standpoint of a donor. But I participated. And all my life I've watched politicians. We will cut your taxes. We will cut your taxes. These people say we're going to raise your taxes. This is the only time. It's never said. I've never heard it. They say it even if they don't mean it. We will cut your taxes. These people say that we're going to give you the biggest tax increase you've ever had. And that's what they're running on. And I tell Republicans, take that night, because that was a great night. You got record ratings. You saw that. The highest rated speech like ever of its kind.
He saw how many views that my YouTube video got. Yep,
and
very
run your
true.
midterms on it. And show us I'm talking about some young child with cancer or some young, beautiful girl like Laken Riley who was killed, and they don't get up.
Yeah.
And they don't salute the mother who's there devastated. Nungery, they don't get up, and they don't salute the mother whose child was devastated. I mean, brutally killed. The young boy with cancer that wants to be a cop, and they don't get up and salute that child. They not only don't get up, they're angry. And the only thing that happened...
The reason why they're angry is because their own tactics are being used against them. Democrats have been the masters of emotional manipulation and optics. That's the reason. And that's why Trump is so good at dealing with them, is because he has such a big background in entertainment, is that he knows how to do it better than they do because that's been his job.
What was interesting, really, about it was that when I mentioned Ukraine,
that's the
and
reason.
People being killed, they started clapping, and that clap was led by Pocahontas.
I saw what you said, and,
Yeah.
and I want to ask you about Ukraine and the blow up the other day with Zelensky. Let me stay on the economy for a moment, because there are rising worries about a slowdown. You've got the Atlanta Federal Reserve saying we're going to have a contraction in the first quarter. Look, I know that you inherited a mess, and you said that the other night.
I've only been here,
but
for a
are
while.
you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition, because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time. But I think it should be great for us. I mean, I think it should be great. It's going to be great ultimately for the farmer. You know, don't forget, I made the deal with China on the farmers where they had to buy $50 billion worth of product. $50 billion.
Jesus.
From 15 to 50.
Did they
and it was
follow
great.
up and do it?
They did it when I was president. What happened is when Biden was president, they didn't buy any longer. Yeah, because there was nobody to call them. I used to call President Xi. I said, you got to do me a favor. You got to, you know, live up to that agreement. And he was great. He did.
Damn.
Before you came into the Oval Office the first time, you were a very successful businessman, very successful real estate executive. And a lot of people said, oh, this is the business president. This is it. He's watching the stock market. He knows all about, you know, he doesn't want the market to go down. And now we've got tariffs and the market has been going down.
Well, not much. I mean, in all fairness.
You said, look, we're going to have a disruption, but we're okay with that. Is that what you meant? The stock market going down was the disruption? What other disruption were you alluding to?
Look, what I have to do is build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they have a 100-year perspective. We have a quarter. We go by quarters.
That's true.
I think he's very right about that, actually. I think that's a really, really, really good point. And that's been something that I've criticized a lot of...
That's crazy. I didn't know that. We only go by quarters when other countries go by much further in their projection. I wonder why that is. I know little to nothing about this. Dude, I don't know if you're still here. You want to do the Cold Wars still? I'm just going to pick up the next Cold War quest. Alright, mailing off some of this stuff.
companies on, right? And like that's why I was saying like about how I think Japanese companies like Nintendo are doing such a better job than, I don't know, like a lot of American companies that are making games. It's because they're like Blizzard, for example, because they're not thinking in terms of quarterly earnings reports. Yeah, absolutely.
And you can't go by that. You have to do what's right. What we're doing is we're building a tremendous foundation for the future. Tremendous foundation. Everything's been taken away. We don't make ships anymore. We don't, you know, you just saw one of the biggest shipbuilders in the world, one of the biggest shipping people in the whole world.
In the Oval Office with you.
In the Oval Office. He's announcing a $20 billion investment in the United States, which he would have never done except for this. But look at this. Honda, Toyota, they're all coming in. You take a look at what's happened. The chip maker, the greatest chipper, Mr. Wei, the biggest in the world by far, is going to spend $200 billion on making a massive plant to make chips.
So that's your message? Build it here?
Build it here, there's no tariff.
Yeah. The public companies want to make sure that we have clarity. After April 2nd, when those reciprocal tariffs go in, is that it? Are you going to change anything after that? Will we have clarity?
You'll have a lot, but we may go up with some tariffs. It depends. We may go up. I don't think we'll go down, but we may go up. But you're going to have, they have plenty of clarity. They just use that. That's like almost a sound bite. They always say that. We want clarity. Look, our country's been ripped off for many decades, for many, many decades, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore.
On the tariffs, what are the automakers going to do for a month? I mean, you say you wanted to help American automakers.
Yeah, I did.
You spoke with the three.
It's a transition period.
Okay.
And it's a transition into April. And after that, I'm not doing this. I mean, I told them, I said, look, I'm going to do it this one time, but after that, I'm not doing it. They called me and they wanted help during this little transition period, and I gave it to them.
Man, This is a long interview. This is going to be good. The rest of it, yeah, I'm ready for it. And with Japan coming in, there's a huge injection of money for AI. We're much closer to AI waifus. Yeah, I know. He's completely ignoring the, or is ignorant of the time and effort to revamp entire supply chains. Yeah, I think so too. And notice how Trump only uses euphemisms with tariffs. All other communications are hyperbolic. Well, yeah, of course, because people don't want tariffs, and the messaging is that tariffs are going to cause people to pay more money. I mean, obviously, that's the reason why. I mean, it goes without saying that's what would happen.
Okay. Well, that's all I got. It's a lot of. How long has this been going? It's a lot of different videos. What is going on in New York? I'm kind of curious. What's going on in New York? Politics for the day.
It's crazy how this just keeps going on, man. Really, this is nuts. How does this keep happening?
Federal officials have not disclosed exact numbers, but there is broad reporting about migrants being swept up during recent immigration raids.
It is a scary proposition for tens of thousands of hard-working migrants, especially those.
So, as ICE agents
Hard-working oh my
New York
God.
City looking for dangerous individuals and gang members, they can wind up at pretty much any business. And while an alleged raid at one of Amazon's warehouses was probably shocking to everyone inside, immigrant advocates are outraged, saying workplace raids have nothing to do with deporting the high-level criminals ICE says they're after. Unless, of course, those criminals are doing whatever they can to hide in plain sight.
Exclusive video of federal agents swarming into a Washington Heights building hours after a similar sting in the Bronx.
Got him.
A couple dozen arrests made in the early morning hours across the city, and that number growing.
It's leading to fear in these communities. It's not only palpable, but it's starting to actually become more and more visible. There have been raids in nearby Newark, New Jersey at a wholesaler fish there. And then we saw most recently a raid at the Bronx Terminal Market. That's a well-known food market.
Antonio and Sarahi own two businesses and employ nearly 30 people, some of whom are also undocumented.
Sounds like a fine to me. I mean, how is it that somebody is going and you know that they're even admitting we're hiring illegal fucking aliens to work at the business? How the fuck is this guy not immediately fined at least? Isn't it illegal? It is.
If it's illegal, he should get a fine. How he's openly
It's cheaper though. I don't even know what to say. How does this happen?
I mean, if I owned a business and did illegal things, like, I mean, whether you think it's right or wrong to hire illegal immigrants or not is irrelevant. The fact is that it is illegal. So if I owned a business and I did illegal things in my business, I would expect that if I got caught, that I should get fines. And it's strange that people are openly admitting, "Oh, I hired illegal immigrants." and they're not getting in trouble for it.
Entrepreneurs, we're working hard. We don't have any criminal records. We're following the rules. We're making the community a better place, a safe place.
How do you make the community a better place or a safer place? That's not even true. Number one, you
wait. Is it a racial for me? Can I make my own ice cold something or other? Old classic WoW jokes, overused. But seriously though, like, this is an oversight.
You have a criminal record by the fact that you have a record at all. The record that you have in the United States is foundational around you being a criminal. What do you mean? Number one. Number two, also, what about these companies that are taking advantage of it as well? We follow the rules. Just like somebody breaks into your house, but they take their shoes off whenever they get inside.
You're sweeping up a lot of them, all illegal entrants. Do you really believe they're the same?
No, absolutely not. And that's why we're prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. And we have given ICE instructions. When you look for the bad guy and you find others with him, you will arrest them because they're in the country in violation.
That's an AOE. That's an AOE damage.
Law.
AOE effect. 400,000 people.
So
That's
an alleged
nuts.
ICE raid took place at an Amazon warehouse with a manager at the facility warning it might not be the last. And even though the news outlet on this says they can't confirm all the details, what nobody in New York wants to admit is that if ICE does go and raid a warehouse and they take dangerous criminals and get them out of the country, they've done everyone in there a favor. Because according to the border czar, ICE doesn't just raid random businesses. And if ICE gets a tip that a criminal is hiding at or being aided by a business, they may locate individuals in the company of that criminal.
They gotta start finding these businesses and charging the business owners. If the business owners know that they're hiring illegals, you gotta charge them. You have to do it. Because that's what's gonna make this shit stop. Because if they don't ever get in trouble, all they're gonna do is wait for, in 4 years, right? Like somebody, let's say somebody it's not like Trump wins, right? And, things go back to the way they were, and it's just going to keep happening.
People who've got ties to them are assisting them and could also be dangerous. And the reason critics are so upset about this is there are over 400,000 people unlawfully living in New York City, many of whom have jobs that these businesses rely on. Leading defenders of illegal immigration to claim ICE's enforcement actions could crash the local economy. As these immigrants are taking jobs, Americans...
you talking about crashing the economy. Let me get this straight. The only way the economy can survive is on the backs of people that are that have less rights and less protections than American citizens. So we can't make sure that American citizens get these jobs instead, because that would be too expensive. We have to have a second class of citizens to do these jobs instead. Now, I've heard this before.
Used to work at. An extreme statement for sure, as one has to wonder if it's possible zero legal New York residents will work in air-conditioned convenience stores or allegedly at places like Amazon, especially when a 2022 study revealed 17% of workers under the age of 24 want jobs but can't find them. And that brings us to the real reason why workplace raids are an important part of keeping the country both safe and prosperous, allowing a massive number of people to illegally live in your city and get jobs there just empowers the criminals who connect them with these jobs in the first place. We're talking gang members and the businesses that prey upon these folks, who even though they claim they're making the world a better place...
It's not me on his hat
are doing no such thing when they underpay and exploit their workers. Now, of course, it's very hard to blame individual workers for taking jobs that are offered to them if they're here and need to feed themselves. But the businesses hiring these people instead of Americans are preying on their desperate situation, taking advantage of people who have zero workplace protections, like guaranteed minimum wage and labor safety laws. Plus, as you're about to see,
and it's also they don't have bargaining power, because if somebody wants to quit their job because they're being mistreated, there's the problem that now maybe this person can call ICE on you because they have your name. They might know where you live. That's another big risk.
Someone gets an illegal job at a legitimate-looking business, they're often only able to do it with the help of criminals who've embedded themselves in sanctuary cities.
It's insane, man. We must prosecute the business owners? Yeah. That's what they need to do. If they prosecute the business owners, this shit stops overnight. Instantaneously. The only reason why these people are able to do this is because they don't get in trouble. That's it.
So here we've got a whole bunch of local businesses. Some are part of a larger corporate entity. Others are small independent shops. They might only have 1 or 2 locations. And according to the news, some of these independent places have admitted to hiring people who are unlawfully in the country. And some of these individuals have figured out how to get jobs at larger corporate chains that might have a more thorough employment vetting process. And now workers at pretty much every business are on edge, thinking that at any moment ICE agents could walk in the door looking for somebody who's dangerous.
Antonio and Sarahi own their family home, 2 businesses, this restaurant and the deli at the corner, and employ nearly 30 people.
That's a lot of people.
Some of whom are also undocumented.
So there's illegal immigrants that you're hiring on purpose. Well, fuck. I mean, that was easy. Holy shit. They just say it. Yeah, that's wow. Okay.
Entrepreneurs, we're working hard. We don't have any criminal records. We're following the rules. We're making the community.
Isn't it criminal to hire somebody and know that they're illegal? I mean, I'm sure mistakes happen. Somebody uses false information. They get a job somewhere. The business owner isn't at fault. But that's not the norm.
So this woman and her husband, they seem like nice, hardworking people, but they're wrong. They're not playing by the rules because it's illegal to hire people off the books. That's a crime, and legitimate businesses don't do that.
That's
and not
right.
only does hiring people off the books empower criminals, they're not making their community better, because anyone illegally working at their air-conditioned restaurant or convenience store has a job that a law-abiding resident of that community can't have. But before we get into how people might be able to illegally get jobs at a place like Amazon or Target, it's important to understand how any business illegally employing people hurts their community in ways many people don't even realize. Because companies who do this, they don't just take away legitimate jobs from legitimate legal residents of their community, they also deprive legitimate...
Isn't it crazy for us to think about the fact that this is even a conversation? That we have like such a huge subset of people that think that it's somehow a moral and good thing to let a bunch of people illegally come over into the country and work under the table, as if this is somehow this is like the morally good thing. Because like you take a step back, right, and you really think about this, and the fact that it's happening, it's really kind of crazy, isn't it? It's a shock that this is even happening. How the fuck did it get this far? I think the reason why it's gotten this far is because almost everything is based off of emotional reasoning now. And so the way something makes a person feel and the way something sounds is more important than what it is or what it actually is being communicated. Like, that's basically it. Like, it's literally feelings over facts. Yeah, it's completely emotionally charged rhetoric, and I think that so many people have been effectively co-opted by it that it's become massively pervasive. Is it really insane? It's been happening long ago before it became an issue? Well, it has been. You want to know how it happened? Look at Argentina. I'm not sure. Tax-free also? Yeah, no doubt.
business owners of the opportunity to compete in a fair marketplace. Think about that. How do you open a legitimate restaurant or cafe next to one that's not playing by the rules and has lower labor costs than you do? Your prices are automatic.
This is a really good point he's bringing up, is that like it also hurts legitimate businesses, because if this business is able to operate at a lower cost because they're breaking the rules, then the other business either has to lose business to that person or make less money or do something else illegal themselves. It's an unfair advantage. Yeah. And this is, I think the problem, this door is locked. Bro, look, they lock... Monster Energy is getting locked behind a fucking door? Oh my God. It fucks the whole system. Yeah. And this is what I think a lot of these people don't understand, is that the second and third order effects of this type of stuff is very dangerous and it's very problematic. And I think that a good example is what he just brought up about how other businesses now can't compete in the market because these other businesses are operating at a margin that is obtained through illegal labor.
Going to be higher than theirs because you pay more for labor than they do. And in a tough economy, whoever's got the lowest prices, they're the ones who are going to win and everybody else is going to lose. And if people are working at a place in an off-the-books manner, they're not benefiting either. Sure, they might have a job, but it exists in the shadows, and these people don't benefit from any of the worker protections which exist to stop predatory businesses from harming their workers in the first place. And living in a country where the laws that protect others don't apply to you is not the American dream. Instead, it just means that you're being taken.
Well, it was before 1965. And that was kind of a bad thing, you know?
Advantage of.
Worksite enforcement's coming back. No one hires an illegal alien out of the goodness of their heart. They hire them because they work them harder, pay them less, and undercut the competition as U.S. citizen employees.
Exactly.
But most importantly, what do we
Yeah,
find?
I love how these business owners, these like fucking, in a lot of cases, not with that one, but like in a lot of these cases, like these millionaire business owners are trying to make this emotional argument of, oh, we need to hire these people. We're trying to do it for the out of the goodness of our heart. No, you're doing it to save money, and you know it.
Most victims of trafficking, work sites. They have to pay the cartels off. They force them in labor situations, overwork them, abuse them. So,
you know, this is something that many people have never considered. The fact that when ICE raids a business, they find trafficking victims, that totally goes against the narrative that ICE is going into these places and pulling out people who wish they were there and are the happiest they've ever been. Especially when they're only going to businesses based on tips about ongoing criminal activity and the presence of dangerous individuals. They're not going to places where the only thing possibly going wrong are that otherwise law-abiding people are working illegally. And in New York especially, the signs of trafficking are everywhere. Literally, if you go to the bus terminal, a location where many asylum seekers and recent immigrants first arrive, you'll see signs warning people about this, which
I
wouldn't
wonder why that's there. What could possibly be the reason?
be there if it wasn't a problem. And according to the Border Czar, when businesses do their hiring, they could be bringing people into their company.
Like usually they don't have stop signs in the middle of the forest, do they?
Are trafficking victims, and they might not even know it. Yet that person's entire paycheck ends up getting turned over to the criminals who forced them to take that job in the first place. And where might these criminals find their victims? Well, this report says they're being located in the very shelters that New York City opened to keep people safe. Shelters which are infested with gang members because as a sanctuary city, we don't do background checks, and police are banned from patrolling these places, which just...
How the fuck did this happen? This is amazing. What the hell is going on? Oh my God. This guy actually makes a good comment. This is his first message ever. He made his account an hour ago. This is a prime example of how the middle class was being hollowed out and yet somehow never became an election issue until recently. This is how regular people become radicalized. This is his first message. And he's fucking right. Absolutely fucking right. There it is. Yep. Somebody made a fucking account. Imagine that. After ban evasion, hey, he learned his lesson.
allows the criminals who are smuggling weapons inside to become the de facto law and order standard, doing whatever they want to whoever they want, and nobody can stop them. However, these gangs, they're not just getting people jobs at little mom and pop restaurants or convenience stores, they're also helping people get jobs at corporate entities that may have no idea they've just hired somebody illegally.
Yeah, sure, that happens.
Being arrested repeatedly on the Mag Mile for retail theft, and once they were interviewed, they explained why.
They were then being able to either buy or trade for Social Security numbers cards or American permanent residency cards.
See, this is kind of the issue, is that like you let people in illegally and there's like a cascade of other illegal activities like identity theft and other types of fraud that happen as a necessity to a person living in the country illegally. And so it's not like somebody just comes over here and they're just here and that's it. There's always like all of these knock-on effects that happen like this.
And this story we were getting over and over again.
This is what the migrants were bordering.
This is like someone. Don't you think the tax burden on small business owners and companies is so high that it leads them to bend the rules? The tax burden on businesses is so high? No, I don't think so. I think when they can afford to pay their CEOs and their executives millions of dollars and sometimes tens of millions of dollars a year, no, I'm not going to think about the tax burdens. I actually think the taxes in some cases should probably even be higher. So yeah, no, I don't think so at all. And also like small businesses. So there are small businesses like the entire, so like the premise here is that a small business can't exist unless they hire illegal labor. We all know that's not true. And there are a lot of small businesses that do exist without hiring illegal labor. So why is it that some of them can and other ones can't? Well, maybe that's a skill issue.
For fake ID.
So this story is from a Fox affiliate in Chicago, but this same thing is taking place right here in New York. And fake IDs are being sold openly on our streets by gang members, which
Who
should
could
be
have
expected
guessed?
in a place that allows massive numbers of people in the country unlawfully to stay here. They're gonna need a way to provide for themselves, and that creates a marketplace for false identification. And where are people getting the money to buy their fake IDs? Well, according to this news report, they shoplift and steal and commit crime, which is such a problem.
It's just like we have a city where we don't arrest people for coming here illegally, and they're stealing people's identities. They're working jobs under the table. They're making money by stealing stuff out of stores and then selling it on the street. What the fuck is going on? There's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason why Gotham City's based on New York. It's just, yeah, this isn't a clown show. It's the whole circus. Oh my God. Y'all live in a massive PvP zone over there? Yes. Yes, and it enables PvP. You're right. I forgot all about that. That's a good point.
New York, that our state is home to a $4.4 billion shoplifting economy, and when you walk through a store in the city, you'll see most products behind plexiglass. And although this is the obvious result of decriminalizing thefts that are non-violent
Dude, this is insane. See, like, remember what I was talking before about how, like, stealing a bunch of stuff out of, like all the threats and everything that people are making online is going to cause a reduction in personal freedoms? I think this is a really great parallel to what I was trying to bring up and talk about. And I think this is a good example and like a good like kind of metaphor for where things are going to be going online if things continue the way that they go. Or the way that they are, excuse me. And by the way, you know how fucking annoying it is to try to shop at a place like this? Like, I go to Target instead of Walmart, even though it's a little bit more expensive, just because I don't want to have to act like I'm a fucking convict if I want to buy a pack of underwear. It's insane. I instantly walk out. Yeah, it's insane. It's massively inconvenient.
$1,000 in value. This type of arrangement allows low-level petty thieves to do this as a full-time job, which is why you have so many open-air theft markets throughout the city where people are just reselling stolen goods on a sidewalk somewhere. But even if a person steals just long enough to get a fake ID so they can work at Amazon or Uber or Target or any business that actually checks, they're going to need a real ID and a valid social security number. And the way these criminal gangs help people get an ID like that threatens every single person in our entire country.
It's crazy how stupid people are that they couldn't see this happening. It's actually shocking to me that this obvious effect is somehow completely, like, just incomprehensible. It's by design. You think it's by design? I think that you put too much faith in the system. I think the fact is that it's just a massive amount of emotional reasoning and stupid people doing the thing that makes them feel good. That's what I think it is. And you're right that there's probably an Illuminati that's working behind the scenes that's trying to make this happen. But it's still happening voluntarily. The people are still making decisions and choosing to do this. That's what I care about.
So it's one thing for a person who's in the country illegally to get a job at a place where the owners think that they're doing...
Didn't you just read how Soros funded it? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Is that, like, obviously you're always going to have bad actors that are going to try to, push weird agendas or for whatever everything, right? But, like, what's problematic to me is the fact that this is it's a socially acceptable point of view. That's the issue. Does that make sense? So, because the reason why they're able to do it is because it's a socially acceptable point of view. That's it. Streaming this, like, the best place for people to discuss it without being canceled. Yeah, I mean, over here, you'd say whatever the fuck you want. Like, I mean, if it gets, like, racist or, it's, like, bad, you're going to get banned. But, like, if people want to disagree or whatever, like, it's fine, right? I don't give a shit. Your phrase you're looking for is useful idiots? Yeah, but there's just a lot of useful idiots, There's a lot of them. Damn, that's a lot.
World a favor, but it's quite another for that person to get a job at a legitimate looking place like this Subway where they check. But in a city with over 400,000 people who aren't supposed to be here needing employment, that's gonna have to happen if everybody wants to work. And because of that, you have a new victim entering the equation when it comes to unlawful employment. And that victim is anyone who has legal work authorization in this country.
This is what the migrants were bartering for, fake IDs, in order to secure employment.
And then the vast majority of them are released.
Nearly 500 fake IDs were uncovered. Social security cards, driver's licenses, and American permanent...
So you gotta wonder, where does a gang like this get hundreds of fake IDs? They've got stacks of them, and they're all for sale. Now, of course, the IDs could all be bogus, but it's not gonna be good for business if word gets around that they don't help people get jobs.
Yeah,
which means if somebody puts the information on that ID through some sort of database that checks to see if people can actually get jobs, there can't be any errors, which means some of the IDs floating around out there got into the hands of criminals in an illegitimate manner. Now, the way for criminals to get their first few IDs that they sell are to have themselves, friends, or family members recreate a legitimate ID and then sell those IDs to people who kind of look like whoever's on the picture. But that's not going to work forever. And the fact that there's demand for these things should terrify everyone who's ever been involved in some sort of data breach. If your identity or personal documents have ever leaked, a more sophisticated criminal could use that information to recreate your ID with someone else's picture on it, and then they could sell it an unlimited number of times to an unlimited number of people. This article says a legit driver's license will go for $500. The New York Post found gang members in Queens selling IDs from $80 to $250, some of which were obviously bogus. But what this reveals is
this is what's crazy about it, is there's a massive economy that comes out of this. What's the end game for Democrats with all this? I think that for a lot of them, there isn't really an end game. Like, so it depends on, like, who you're asking. I think that for business owners, which is not, I mean, this is not a political, I mean, I don't think that there's, like, like taking like political sides out of it. I think for business owners, the end game is cheap labor and more money. For the people voting on it, the end game is feeling good and knowing that you're better than the people that you disagree with, and the people who you disagree with are racist and evil. And then I think for the politicians, the reason is that they're betting that the people that are going to come over will have some degree of thankfulness and will actually vote for them in the future. So I think you put all of these together, and if you can figure out what the incentive is, you can figure out why something is happening. I think that's the reason.
That even somebody who is well-meaning for the most part has to subject themselves to the criminal underworld if they want to get a legitimate-looking job in this city, or in any city in America for that matter. Even so, there are people out there defending illegal labor practices as being good for the entire country.
Even at my dry cleaner, I went the other day, and there was nobody there. And she said, well, I let my employees go down to the protest in Newark. She said, and then she asked me, do you think this is good for the small business community? And I went, well, look at your shop. This is one day. What happens when your employees just don't come in, people?
So here's what's going to happen. That
I don't even, what do you even, because they went to a protest. Yeah, you don't have any, number one, the entire premise of this is bullshit because they went to a protest. You let them go. It's like every part of this is stupid.
business, they're going to be forced to hire legally, and they're going to be forced to play by the rules. When businesses and everybody plays by the rules, the country is better off. The country is not better off if businesses break the law to get a leg up on their competitors while acting like they are engaging in some noble pursuit that's not at all related to money, especially when giving those jobs just leads to numbers like this, where 17% of people aged 16 to 24 can't get jobs in New York City. And these
That's
are people
a lot of fucking people can't get a job. Damn.
People who would be willing to work in an air-conditioned business where they can bring their smartphone like a grocery store or a bodega. These are not people who won't work because they refuse to do the jobs that exist. And here's the thing. These businesses like this dry cleaners mentioned by that news anchor, of course they're not hiring people who they think are victims of trafficking. And they might think they're playing by the rules.
With the air conditioning? Well, the argument that he's making is that, and there are some like really, really low status, really shitty jobs that it's hard to fill with American workers, so people use like migrant workers to do that. And I think this is especially true with agriculture. But what he's saying is that the entire premise of that goes away when you're talking about working at a gas station, or you're working at Subway or Amazon. Like, these are normal places that average people can work at. The requirements are not going to destroy your body. There's nothing like that's extreme, like a call center. Yeah, it's an easy, comfortable job. Well, I mean, like, it's not an easy job, and it might not be comfortable, but like compared to picking strawberries, it is.
Because so many businesses here don't. And the most maddening thing about all of this is, yes, New York is a sanctuary city, but it's also very progressives. And who do progressives say they're sticking up for? The little guy. They're out there on one hand advocating for the little guy to get higher wages.
Yeah, they've gotten psyoped into defending these massive multi-billion-dollar companies or multi-million-dollar business owners into thinking that they're helping the little guy by advocating for these business owners to continue using, second-rate, second-class citizen labor. It's really impressive. Yeah, it's like tipping, in a way, yeah.
And more protections, but at the same time, they're totally okay with businesses who don't do any of that in the name of open borders. Minimum wage in New York is $16.50 an hour, and ask any progressive, they'll tell you that's too low. And they'll tell you that greedy businesses should be paying more because work.
You know what's funny is that I think that they're right. I think $16 an hour probably is too low in New York. And I bet you might not be able to make a living working 40 hours a week at $16 an hour. Like, I would view, like, like, this is like my view on like minimum wage, right? Is like, if you have to work If you're working 40 hours a week and you can't afford an apartment or a place to live on that money, then the minimum wage needs to go up. Because if it doesn't go up, you have an untenable situation in the long term.
Are the most valuable input in any economy. Unless, of course, those workers are in the country illegally. If that's the case, there is nobody advocating for them to get higher wages or more protections. There's just anger at the fact that ICE is here and might arrest somebody who's a criminal. And this puts progressives in sanctuary cities in a catch-22. Here they are advocating for policies that disenfranchise workers who they say are already disenfranchised by virtue of their immigration status. And
Well, these people don't care about anybody, any workers or anything like that. They just care about having the right opinion. That's it. Yeah, it's all optics and virtue signaling. That's it.
Awful workers, they don't have the one thing legitimate workers have, which protects them. And that is the power to walk.
Here's the way that I look at it. You can tell the employee to get a better job. But have you ever thought about telling the employer to get a better job? Like, if you have a function that you can't even justify paying somebody a living wage for, maybe that's your fault as an employer. That's just me.
Away from any business they feel isn't treating them fairly and work somewhere else. That's not possible if the only job you can get is because the people working there are willing to break the law. And this brings up a big question. Are the businesses who are hiring people illegally doing something good? Or are they just doing something that's good for their bottom line at the expense of the rest of society? And does that...
Well, it's guaranteed that they're doing something that's beneficial for them financially. Like, that's the guarantee.
Power the very criminals and gang members ICE may have to raid a business to find in the first place. Let me know what you think about that. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
I love these fucking videos. I think this guy's amazing. I'm so glad that he's calling this out, and I totally support Cash Jordan. I've watched like probably 10 of his videos before. Good video. Yeah, he's so good. And I really think, like, I mean, he's doing the Lord's work, right? I mean, like, it's crazy how bad this shit's gotten. I'm actually really kind of shocked.
All right, let's see. I don't really know if there's any other videos. I'm not really into listening to that guy talk about immigration and stuff. It's very repetitive, so I just kind of let it run. Well, I did some guild management for us. in our guild, the Redeemed. Okay. So I guess that's enough for stream tonight. And I've just been doing a little bit of guild management the last 10 minutes. And the news. But I'm back. Let's see. Oh man. We got some people watching. Maybe I will open something else up. Let's take a look. What do we got? Well, I know it's not news, but I think Grubby teaching Soda is actually pretty darn good. Grubby's awesome. He's amazing. If you don't watch Grubby, you should watch Grubby. I've been watching this guy. He's the only streamer I ever watched for the longest time. For like 3 years, 4 years. He is so good
next
at strategy. And he's doing a pretty good job with Soda. And Soda's doing a pretty good job learning. So maybe we'll update the tile to say, wow, hardcore, extra challenges, 0 talent shaman, and watching Grubby. Update all. Oh, if you're down for this, we'll probably watch a little bit of this Grubster, and we'll see when I call it a night tonight, man. It might just keep going. Aw, a couple people don't want to watch Grubby. A couple people just left. They wanted the nightly news, but we watched a lot already. A lot of news. So here we go.
I promised to do some coaching with Soda, so let's check in on him first to see how he's doing and start devising our coaching plan.
I think I'm going to do some Warcraft 3
He overthinks a lot. He has relatively...
Warcraft 3 in the near future. Dude. It has been so long since I've done guild management, and it feels so good to be back. The Redeemed. I should probably post our Discord pretty soon. All right, watching the Grubster.
Low confidence. He doesn't have as much sometimes attention to detail. That was a nice save. Okay, that was pretty good. The ghoul saves. He's using the UI, but he's not target firing. So he's now remembering to save his units, doing it relatively well mechanically. That was a nice save. But then the sacrifice was he didn't target fire any creeps, so the camp did more damage to him than it needed to. Overall, much better than a few days ago, though.
Alright, big.
That was much better than a few days ago. So now what I would do is I would just
make a slaughterhouse now.
I would just send all my ghouls home, and then re-control group Death Knight alone. So I don't know what he's doing. He still has all the low ghouls in the group. Maybe he's gonna be like,
why are you a? Oh, right.
Maybe he's gonna take 3 ghouls out and regroup. But I would just send everything home.
Wait, let's bring this over too.
And he doesn't need another cigarette, right? His Death Knight is standing still right now. Didn't make second hero. Didn't go tier 3. Oh, he did make second turn, my bad. So now, look, he takes 3 out. He could have just recontrol grouped his Death Knight and Lich. So I feel like I should give him some mechanical help. He's on a 4-game winning streak.
Slow.
Nice.
Let's go to this gold mine here.
He has 97 APM.
I never bought a rod, did I?
Last time he had much less.
I need wood. Holy fuck.
He has improved by himself. Did you coach Geronimo yesterday? I don't remember.
Oh, shit.
I don't remember now.
I'm so behind.
I think maybe...
I don't want to hear this guy cussing, actually. Soda's not that great. I understand why people left the stream when I clicked watch now. Hey, I guess he does kind of scream as well.
That was a sick passover. Okay. He needs Rod. The statues are a little far away. I think the guy might also have an expansion, by the way. Oh, the Lich is not attacking the panda. There we go. Yeah. The guy definitely has an expansion. How else does he have this much? Oh, he bought heal pots on the wrong thing. The statues were kind of not tended to. They're also doing auto attacks right now. He randomly made an acolyte question mark.
Okay, I think we'll take that.
He should expand now. Of course, I told him never expand, right? He made a tower during the attack. Nice invulnerability potion as well, yeah. Hey, look at the dog. It's so cute. It's looking at the terrarium.
Titties.
It's so cute.
Alright, let's go buy a pit lord really quick. Let's go mid. Fuck, I should have bought a rod too.
Well executed fight, yes. What's his MMR?
Honestly, I'm just gonna fucking expand.
It must be like 950. Yes, he's expanding. That's good.
First thing I want to do.
934, okay. The guy most likely has expand. Like, look at how much he has. Nice DK control. Nice DK control. Gotta not let your abominations get devoured, though. Oh, the guy did a tavern rebuy. Nice Coil Nova nuke, but he lost an abomination. He's killing Panda again. Good. Good. Heal pot on Death Knight. Nice. Okay.
He ate my shit, dog. The fuck?
Yeah, kill the Kodos. Yeah, you almost got it. Almost got it. Good micro. Good micro. Maybe some unit production during this.
What is this guy doing? He is just funneling me here, I feel like.
Nice, Nova. Coil the Fiends, maybe? Winnable. Need that Pit Lord. Guy rebought Panda again. So right now Soda's losing to expansion. Soda's army is always outnumbered.
I never got to buy my Pit Lord. Fuck.
Yeah, he's forgetting to produce sometimes, but that's true for everyone at this level. The main thing is that I told him not to expand, and now he's mostly not, and the enemy is. So maybe let him free spirit, let him expand anytime. Soda has expo too. Oh yeah, he's making. Yeah.
All right, let's go back out.
Rod?
I want to buy an item here.
That tower is a waste. That tower he got.
I want to buy a rod and buy some mana.
Okay, now he has no money for Pit Lord. He did finish expand, so he's now mining with 6 acolytes. Because he didn't make new ones during that. The guy's like camping tavern. 112 APM.
There he
Dude,
is again.
He is cracked. He can kill Panda again. Just hit it. He's gonna Coil Nova it. The guy was self-blocking. He forgot his statues. Come on. Yes. Come on. Yep. Okay. Save your DK, please. Save it. Save it. Okay, good. He's look, exit kill on the headhunter. Great exit kill.
An accident. Whoops.
Ooh, he needs to fix those colors. Dude, it's so ugly, right? The colors. And it
almost
makes
level
it
5 DK.
not obvious when a unit is low health. However, I feel like he still notices, so whatever works for him.
Find another TP here.
Okay, good. Consumes. I think the guy just showed his own expansion. Oh no, he's creeping. That means the guy has expand bottom right, so they will never find it.
Oh fuck! I just realized.
Okay, good.
Oh crap again.
Oh yes, hotkey for Black Citadel. Good. Okay, he made 4 acolytes. Good. DK must be getting close
Okay,
to
he
5.
is not expanded here.
But he has in bottom right. Otherwise,
He may have just straight up not expanded.
No, he did. Otherwise, he would never be able to rebuy Panda 4 times from Tavern. The guy definitely has an expansion. But the good news is his army
We're
is
gonna
dog
get a
shit.
fat Nova here.
Wait, what if I'm wrong? What if the
Let's
guy
get Pit
didn't
Lord as
expand?
well.
And he's just
425 gold.
floating loads of gold, therefore has enough money to rebuy a hero. Does he start doing work? Yeah, it really
All right,
is.
We're going. Oh, the fattest Nova coming in.
Okay. Okay, here we go. What's his first ability? Cleave or Howl? Howl. Good. Dude, nice.
Glad I could help. Hologram.
Nice.
I just wanted to say that you really helped me get into WC3 competitive. Warcraft is hard AF, but I'm having a blast learning and playing.
Nice.
Went
Dude,
to
Soda
bronze to
really
close
improved.
Platinum. Lots of love from Argentina.
Gracias. Soda really improved.
Level 5. Yep, GG.
I'm impressed.
Ooh.
Yo!
Is it actually that fat? It's fat. Fat as fuck.
Yo, that was great.
Yo, what up? You were watching that shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing things. I just get into situations where I'm like, what do I do versus this? I don't know. And it's like, I can't. A lot of my matches, I just shit on them, and then I get completely shit on. It doesn't ever feel close.
Oh, you mean you win hard, lose hard?
Yeah, exactly.
Ah.
And I feel like I lose hard because I don't have the appropriate direction. Kali, Rifleman, what the fuck do you do?
Yeah.
As undead.
Different build. You just gotta...
Which is?
Crypt Lord Expand. I wanted to teach it to you today. It's
Crypt
not,
Lord?
Yeah, it's not a
alright.
cheesy all-in, but Crypt Lord Expand is by far the best against Paladin Rifle.
Why is that?
Okay, first of all, his hero comes out 30 seconds later than normal.
Really? Why?
The way to make barracks and blacksmith on time and to be able to afford the lumber for all those buildings, a delay on altar is required. Otherwise, they have paladin and 0 rifles. Okay. And then they need to wait 1 minute for rifle. And so they're militia creeping, which will make everything slow and fucked. So there is a build that makes their hero come out at 2:30. Undead heroes come out at 2:10 or 2:12 or 2:14, whatever. So if he's going to fast expand, it's going to be much slower. So what he wants when Paladin comes out is he wants to do some creeping. He wants Paladin level 3, then Blood Mage, then start sucking you off.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have...
spamming Holy Lights.
Yeah. You have time to take an expansion while he's busy with those other things. There is no timing that cancels your expand. So the only thing you need to worry about is post-expand decisions, which are significant, but when you play with an expansion the whole game, you play from a place of comfort. It means you are allowed to make decisions like sacrifice expand to kill all the peasants in their main base.
Yeah. I mean, you're ahead once you have an expansion and it's actually thriving.
Yeah. By the way, can we watch the replay for the last game you played? I feel like that guy either floated hella gold to rebuy heroes from Tavern, or he had an expansion bottom right all this time. Can you summon it?
Sure. Let me share my screen here.
It's the 4th tab in your dub champs. I don't know if you've watched replays before or you're just grinding.
I have once.
Okay.
This one, right?
Yeah. But that was really nicely played. I was impressed.
I'm getting it. The key bindings are tough. I'm still trying to get to F1 to F3.
Hey, at least you're keybinding your Black Citadel. You seeded your expansion with a keybind instead of going home and clicking your Black Citadel. You did the last minute invulnerability potion, the mana stone to Lich when he thought you don't have enough mana to nuke his Farseer. That was sick.
Yeah, you saw that shit. All right. You watched. How far forward do you want me to go?
Let's just do like times 16 speed. And we just mostly look at the minimap. Just when you see someone rehire their hero at the tavern over and over and over, you can just keep playing. Right? You can always restart.
Okay.
My immediate thought is the dude must have an expansion because he's not being Like, he's being very spendy. Like, he's spending like it's Vegas, right?
Listen, I'll be honest. I bought out of that shit before without an expansion. I think it's just the 900 rating.
Yeah, that might be it. He may just have floated a lot of money.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Here's another question.
Yeah.
So you say I go Crypt Lord versus Pally Rifle.
Yeah.
But how will I know they're going Pally Rifle before I've made a hero?
That's a great question.
Acolyte?
No, that's a great question. And there is no answer that answers that question with how you expect. Which therefore means we're always playing Crypt Lord Expand. Even if it's not Pally Rifle.
Versus human.
Yeah, because we could not make that decision post-scouting.
I see. So Acolyte scouting's not a play.
No. We will already have needed to make our decision before that. So either you play Crypt Lord against both Pally Rifle and Archmage opener, or you never do.
No, I'm down to Crypt Lord.
Okay, cool.
I'll fucking see what's up.
Let's learn a new build. By the way, you were right. I was wrong. You said the guy doesn't have an expansion. I was like, I'm sure he has an expansion, but you were right.
He ain't have shit.
No.
Listen, I know how these guys think. I'm here with them, right?
True.
Let me close Warcraft 3 and reopen. Or W3 Champions. All right, you saw me to queue?
I think we should practice the build first.
All right.
Maybe.
So how do I do that?
I have a new coaching mechanic that I practiced with Sun Glitters. I think it worked really well. So let's go on Battle.net. If you could launch via Battle.net, and we're gonna join a game together via BNet. Yeah,
You saw my message about me driving?
No, driving?
You didn't see what I told you?
On Discord?
I was Yeah, I messaged you on Discord. I was driving the other day. And I'm so unbelievably deep Warcraft 3 brained that while I was driving, I was checking my rearview mirror. I thought statues were lagging behind, and I had to like. But I mean, obviously, like half a second, I'm like, wait, what am I thinking? But that was in my head, thinking I'm leaving my statues behind while I'm driving.
That's great. That's a really good development.
It's not good.
Yes, it is really good. Dude, my barometer for when I'm huffing enough Warcraft 3 is that I'm dreaming about it all the time. I'm comparing everything I do in life to Warcraft 3, and I think of recipes as build orders. You're on the right path. Let's get you deeper.
All right, I'm ready to go deeper. What are we doing here?
Okay, we're going to join a lobby together. For now, we'll just go on... well, actually, let's go on one of the maps from the tournament. All right, so I'm going to do it first, and then you're going to do it.
So I just don't do anything while I just watch you?
Yeah. You don't need to do anything at first.
Got it. Okay, watching you.
Okay, so one Acolyte's in production. I'm going to share unit control so you can also see what I have selected.
Sure, I'm not going to move anything, though.
Yeah. So the usual opening...
basic Crypt Altar.
Yeah. This is how you open your Death Knight games, too.
Yep, and then Ziggurat into Acolyte.
Okay, I'll do that. You coach me, okay? Tell me what I need to do.
All right, into Acolyte. Next.
Okay.
Next thing you buy would be Shop.
All right. Do we make a Scout Acolyte or not?
No. You said no.
Good.
What's the reasoning as to why you don't?
I'm afraid to overtax your multitask.
I see. Okay, so it is smart to do it, but you don't want to overwhelm me.
Yes.
Assuming you could handle it. Okay.
Yeah. Let's say you can handle it, then we do. So I'm just showing how to do with. In that case, it's the Scout Acolyte that can make the shop.
You already made a shop, right?
Yeah. No, this is the shop, right? So now we're gonna scout where the enemy is. Yeah, I mean, it saves you like 10 gold, not having to pull one from gold. The Scout Acolyte is coming out anyway, might as well he makes it. So then we go Crypt Lords.
So if you were gonna scout Acolyte though, there's still no way to know if he's Pally Rifle yet.
Yeah.
Even if you were to scout Acolyte.
Yeah, like look where the Acolyte is right now. And I'm already starting Crypt Lords, so even if I found him, I would.
But the enemy is undead.
Yeah, but we don't know that, right? If he's human and I found him now, I would have to cancel a 60% progress Crypt Lord. Which sucks.
Yeah, it's not happening.
And it's a good build against Archmage too. Like, this will work against human all the time. And most people are playing Pally Rifle, or am I wrong?
I actually haven't seen a ton of Pally Rifle. I just am shitting my pants when I do see it.
Okay, fair. I think if you see it and you're Death Knight, it might still be correct to do an expansion. Just for the level of people you play against, I think.
Okay, so you bought a sacrificial skull too. I don't usually. You sold your town portal.
Yeah. So now I would pull one from gold, so it's faster, and I would put the 7th acolyte onto gold, so I can already bring one. I'm gonna open with beetles. Put this down.
Oh, so you're fast expanding.
Fast, and it's great. If you look at the game clock right now, you see it, right?
Yeah. Holy fuck.
Okay, so that's 240. Do you remember when I said the hero comes out for human?
You said 30 seconds late.
Yeah, and the normal time is 2:05.
I don't see where the time is in the game.
Wait. Do you not have it? Oh, you don't. Let's turn it on. Let's turn it on.
How do I do that?
Wait, did I pause? Yeah. F10 options. Gameplay.
Show time elapsed?
Yes. I think you have it on W3 Champions, and you will have double clock now, which is annoying. So you can turn it off in W3 Champions, and you'll only have this one. This one is also more accurate.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
You can resume.
Yeah. So now we need 210 lumber.
I still don't have a clock.
Wait, really? Oh,
where would it be?
You need to restart for it. Yeah.
Okay, then fuck it for now.
Yeah, it's fine. You'll have it later.
You are spamming the fuck out of beetles here.
Yeah, we're basically making non-stop acolyte, we're making non-stop ghouls, and we're making non-stop beetles. You can send beetle to
Bro, you did not just drive by hit that wood.
Oh, no. That was a misclick.
Okay, I was gonna say, you drive by hitting wood, that's crazy for when you ghoul shuffle.
I mean, it'd be pretty sick, actually. Right. You think too much of what I was doing. It was just a misclick.
It's crazy. I mean, dude, I was watching you like beat motherfuckers with one champion on your like YouTube.
Yeah.
You were using a warden. You were dodging the stormbolt with a zeppelin.
Yeah.
And then getting out instantly, and I was mind blown that you could do that. I was getting infuriated for the guy. Yeah, I'm sure I could. No, I definitely could not pull it off, man. You were literally eating the trees. Carving a path is the stupidest thing I've ever watched.
Yeah.
All right, so walk me through what you're doing right now. You're just creeping?
I'm creeping now, but I have to admit it's mindless. Normally, I would be going for the human Archmage fast expand with this army. So if the human is also fast expanding, which I doubt somehow at your elo, but it could happen, then you would go there, you would just send it, and then look at the main base. Just bring everything. Don't leave a single one on trees. You just literally send everything. You respond the same thing to an attack. If he's attacking your expansion, you literally go to your base, you pull every single ghoul, you rally your crypt on top of your crypt lord, and it's just go time. Right?
That could have been the fattest impale. So how do you manage? Okay, you do impale. I wasn't sure if you just only beetle spin.
Okay, you can control my units too. I would like you to try something. Take the ghoul that's low, click it. I'll just go. Let me disengage first so it's not like weird. But yeah, take that ghoul that's low that you have selected right now. Press
this one?
Yes. Press backspace. And then send it to the trees. It's going to be your base. Yeah.
Okay.
So that is one way that you can do ghoul shuffle. So you take one low, press backspace, you click it on the trees, and then you don't even have to do the kind of difficult thing where you deselect him from your UI at the bottom. You can just reform a group of the remainers. Control 1. Just overwrite.
I see. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways I've gone about doing ghoul shuffling, and my method has just been... I mean, I instead of hitting backspace, I just double tap 5, which is my Necropolis. Because this guy's low.
Totally fine too. Yeah, I accidentally killed him.
I mean, it is annoying, and then I have to take a different one, and I just bring it in. I usually only keep like 3 ghouls on lumber at a time. I never have more than that.
You can do sometimes 10 ghouls on lumber, which then allows you to do 0 ghouls on lumber. Or you can always keep 3 and only work with the excess. But a true flexible King of Undead will look at lumber and decide how many will go on based on future needs and current needs of army ghouls.
As I don't even know how much stuff costs. It's not happening anytime soon.
Okay, cool. So I saw you in previous game in a situation like this. you had this. You had 3 ghouls, a Death Knight, a healthy ghoul. Your Lich was coming out. You were somewhere in the top left of the map, like middle top.
Okay.
And you were headed towards your base. You headed towards your base, and then you did this. You deselected each one by one, put them to ghoul, and then you reselected these, and you did something with your group. Or maybe you already removed the others from the group. There was a faster way to do it. Like, so you diligently did the ghoul shuffle in the normal way. But like you said, there's many ways to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, what I would do is I would just press 5, like how you do it.
Okay.
Well, the reason I like backspace over 5, by the way, is because it doesn't deselect your selection.
Oh, you're right. I mean, I gotta lift my hand off my keyboard of WASD and reach all the way over there.
Yeah, but the cool thing is...
But you're right, I see it.
It's at the edge of the chassis of your keyboard, so backspace is easier to find than something like P, O, or L.
Like so all my units are bound to 1, so I double tap 5, I lose my shit, and I just hit 1. And now it's reselected all my units again.
Yeah, and it was not bad.
Which is actually probably faster.
You were a lot faster than 5 days ago. I was impressed. It didn't take nearly as long, but it could be faster still. Try backspace. If you don't like it, you don't have to use it.
Okay.
I would never force anyone to use control groups or hotkeys they're not comfortable with. But
yeah,
I like the backspace one.
I know for a fact I'm gonna reach over. I'm gonna hit the delete key, the equal sign. I'm gonna hit every button I don't want to be hitting over there.
Okay. Well,
unless I look down at my keyboard, in which case I can't do it. It's too embarrassing. I look too old.
Okay. Well, it's up to you.
Might as well start poking my keyboard.
But there's another way that you can do it without backspace. You can press your 5, press Control Group 1, then you right-click everything on the tree, which will include your healthy ghoul and your Death Knight. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I have my hero and 4 ghouls selected, and I'm looking at my main base right now. So I right-click a tree, then I hit double F1, and I make a new group with just him.
Okay, well and then you took a healthy ghoul out.
Yeah, but then I take the healthy ghoul and I press Shift 1.
Yeah, I've been shifting. I'm a shift main now.
Cool, that's good. But just saying, if you have many ghouls that need to go home, just send the whole group home and then just completely start from scratch. Make a new group with your hero and any ghouls that belong to be in the group. You see what I'm saying?
That'd be fat. Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay,
yeah,
can you try that now with these?
Okay, so send these 3 ghouls home and replace them with 3 new ones?
First control group what you have, then send everything home, and then quickly re-control group your Crypt Lord, add the healthy ghoul, and take some new ones.
Okay. I mean, it took a second, but I got it.
Okay, that was pretty good. It can be better. Let's try it again. I'm restoring the positions. What you did is you held Shift and you left-clicked 3 separate ghouls in your base, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You know you can shift rectangle box?
No.
Okay. Now let's try that again. This time you're going to send all this home. You're going to make a new group with your Crypt Lord. You're going to left-click this ghoul, but you don't need to be precise on the left-click. This time you're going to do a shift rectangle around him.
Okay.
And then you're going to go home and you're going to shift rectangle around all the southern ghouls. You add them to the group and try to have your Crypt Lord walk home for as little as possible. Your Crypt Lord and ghouls are going here. So I will see
so you want me to get... I'm confused. You want me to get the 3 ghouls that are low and send them home with a rectangle, correct?
No, I want you to send all these 5 units home.
And I'll go. Everyone goes home. And then I rectangle ghouls that are lumbering.
Yes, with
3
Shift,
of them.
and make a new group with the healthy ghoul, the Crypt Lord, and the ghouls here on lumber, and you want to go to his expansion. And your success will be measured by how long your Crypt Lord is moving home, which is a command that we don't actually want. Yeah, ready. Let's go.
Okay. Fuck, now you're making me overthink it. Gosh dang it. Okay.
You would never.
Ah, shit. I already fucked up. Yikes.
Okay.
You're making me overthink it. I just fucked.
It's okay. That's why we are doing this in a safe environment. We're going to do it again.
All right. Let me re-get all these guys. Group them up. All right, let's see. I'm going. I fucked up. It's already ruined.
Okay, do however it feels natural. The goal is all Southern Lumber ghouls and these 2 healthy ones go to his expansion. But you start with a right click with these 5 units on your trees, and then you restore the group and bring them all up to his expansion. Do however feels natural.
Okay, I'm gonna do it natural then. All right. I already fucked up.
Okay, just try again.
Fuck. All right, trying again here. Here we go.
But all ghouls, not 3 out of 6.
Oh, I was getting 3 ghouls. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Now
okay.
actually try to get all, and you actually have 7 ghouls at home. So basically, bring every single healthy ghoul, send all hurt ones home as fast as you can.
So bring every healthy ghoul and all hurt ones. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Let me. Okay. I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up. It's fucked. Gosh dang it. Okay, let's try again. Sending them back. Oh, okay. Trying again here. Let them get back to lumber. What the heck? It's
okay. Something is going
wrong,
and we need to find out what.
I know why. I'm overthinking it, and I'm just doing it wrong. My brain's turning off. I got it here. It's dead. It's already done on my screen. Hang on.
Is there anything I'm doing that's stressing you?
No, but I'm just... You're putting me on the spot, and it's fucking me up, because I overthink it when it's so simple. All right, going back, and then I select all of these.
Okay.
I kind of got it, I think. Wait, beetles last forever?
Yeah. It's the only summon
What?
that does. So they're great to park on expansions. that
Maximum... Okay, maximum 6, I see.
Yeah, maximum 6. And when you summon new ones, it will replace the lowest level summons.
Wow. That's disgusting.
Okay, at least you learned that you can have a group of units selected, and then shift draw a box, right? Because you were doing one by one by one. Correct?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing you can do: select these 3 on the right, the Crypt Lords and the 2 ghouls.
Wait, hold on. What does shifting do again?
Okay.
If I shift AOE. So what's the difference between me I'm trying to select these 3 ghouls here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just grab them all.
Yeah.
What if I shift grab them all? What does it do?
The question is not descriptive enough for me to be able to answer.
What's the difference between okay, if I want to select these 3 ghouls.
Yeah.
Okay, I select them all, right?
With a box?
Yeah, with a box. Now, what does shift boxing do?
Nothing if they're the only thing that you have selected. I'm looking at your view now. Go ahead and click the Crypt Lord only.
Okay.
Okay, now hold shift. Don't do anything I didn't say.
Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it. I understood now. So it's going to select with the Crypt Lord, right?
Yes.
Even if I miss it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't untarget my current thing. Got it.
Yes, correct. Box select cannot untarget, except, I think, if you box select a single unit. So select everything you have, and then hold shift and do a box select only around the top right ghoul. You hold shift and then you do box select.
Shift box?
Yeah, see how you did a rectangle, but it deselected him because he was the only thing that the rectangle clicked. Whereas if you ever have more than one, it will only be include, never exclude.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we can do more shift box extraing, and also you can you know about double clicking, right?
Yeah.
So you can also go to your base. Like, let's say, right, all ghouls are over here. Your Crypt Lord is over here. You have only your Crypt Lord in control group 1. Then instead of doing a box, because
just double click.
Yeah, you can just hold shift and then double click.
Oh, if I had this selected and then...
Wait,
and it adds it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wait, does
okay.
it? Wait, let me see.
Yeah. So if I only have the Crypt Lord selected and then I shift, double-click these ghouls, it adds it to the Crypt Lord.
To the selection, but you still need to do Shift 1 or Control 1 to confirm it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yes, exactly. Okay, cool. So that's a little bit about selection. Your selections already look pretty good, but sometimes you were making it more difficult than you needed to by adding 1 by 1 ghoul with Shift. Now you can do it in groups. Okay?
All right.
Let's
see if I fucking do it. We are about to be under attack. What are we gonna do?
This is not a
We've
real
got frost worms, Grubby.
It's not a real game. We're just not gonna
sure?
run. Just small little tips. Don't make cigarettes like this.
I don't want to use those for defense ever?
Usually we try to make a tighter build. We make spirit towers like in places like this, and we hide behind the shop.
Okay.
It's kind of nice to just fall behind our Black Citadel really, really deep and force him to commit. The problem is, when you make a tower here with the front ziggurat, you are feeling like you should defend the tower, and the tower is like an attack point for him. So now you're fighting here.
Yeah.
Why would you fight here? You're almost off blight when you go here. You're too far away from your shop. You're too far away from the Black Citadel. So we always build really tight around the Black Citadel, and in fact, we want to be behind it. We want to have our spirit towers behind it, because it will also defend our ghouls and acolytes.
Yeah. So I can have ziggurats on the outside, just put them behind buildings.
Yeah,
I'm worried about blocking my own characters off.
Yes, that is a valid concern. So you can try to build a bit, you know, looser.
I gotta think. I gotta make sure I don't tower defense my damn self.
Yeah. Okay, cool. There's a little bit of skills. Oh wait, I was gonna have you do the opening. The crypto opening. I'll remake a lobby and I'll just watch you do it. Ready?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Yeah, you went to get Banshees?
No, I was someone just recommending it.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I'll ever actually do it.
It is strong. There was a show match of a Warcraft caster against Ampi, and Ampi got all his bears possessed. He was not happy.
Ooh. Yeah.
Okay, when you have a chance, press F11 and share unit control.
Got it. I got that there.
So the simple
So
version
I'm gonna sell the town portal.
doesn't scout. Let's stay simple for now.
Okay, we're simple as fuck.
It means no extra acolyte yet. Nice, good.
And then I just mass ghouls.
Yep. And selling town portal is not required. You don't necessarily always want to do it. It's an optimization that makes more sense for me than for you, I think. So you don't need to sell it.
Summoning is complete. Summoning is complete. Summoning is complete.
Nice.
And then I get another ziggurat at 16.
You feel a lot more comfortable than before.
Oh yeah, no, I got the undead opener down. This shit's easy. And then put that there so I can kite.
No more tier 1 graveyards?
I do it while I'm teching.
Good.
Typically. Yeah, I've never played Triple. No, I have. I guess I've rushed before. I haven't played that cheese strat a single time.
That's not entirely true. I saw you start the day after our coaching with 2 wins.
I did it once. I did it once, but
Twice.
I haven't in a while. You know, I haven't in a while.
You did it twice.
Whatever. That one day.
Okay.
That one day. I haven't done any since. I've just taken my L's.
Sell TP, actually, you need it. Buy Rot and Skull.
Okay. Okay. Sell Rod and Skull.
Bring Acolyte from gold. Bring 3 ghouls. Perfect. But they have to return lumber.
Make another
this time.
Acolyte?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, go, 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 go.
Okay, make a new Acolyte.
Go, 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 go.
And now where am I going here?
Gold 9. Okay, make new ghoul. You can queue up 2 so you don't forget, like, and 1 more ghoul, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you tank with Cryptlord, not with ghoul.
Okay.
Kill the priest first. Drop the skull.
Yep. Massive Acolyte dam.
Yep.
So what do I summon first here?
Ziggurat. Ziggurat is safe, Guildmine is greedy.
So Rod or Beetles?
Either one. Just spam both. It's fine.
Got it.
Quickly summon Ziggurat. You should do it the moment you start creeping.
Oh.
And then make gold
and then
mine. Yeah. So the Ziggurat's late, the gold mine is fine.
Okay, I was confused. So I take Impale or just wait until I see what I
Impale.
need?
We're always impaling, so you might as well. Make sure to bring the summons with you and not the acolytes.
Oh, right.
Okay, good. Acolyte.
I bow.
Is
What?
in your acolytes in your group?
Crap.
My life for
Okay.
Okay, got it. I just keep creeping.
Yes, you keep creeping, but you can also send some beetles to scout him. And now you don't want to take damage with Cryptlord. Generally, you should get your Cryptlord at max to half-life. So this is cringe.
Just want to get his regen kicking in and then stop.
Exactly. And not mess up too much with your ghouls on Expo. So, during all this, 4 new acolytes, non-stop ghoul production.
Time is fleeting.
Ghoul production.
Thy bidding, master.
Okay, and you make Nerubian on your expansion.
Nerubian?
Yeah,
oh,
it's
right.
the Ice Tower. Should I say Ice Tower?
Yeah, I got it. Took me a second.
Okay, you know about aggro toggling with ghouls?
Aggro toggling with ghouls. I think you did explain it and I've forgotten it.
Okay, take your ghouls that are low and attack your own beetle to prevent them from getting hit. It's the safest way to stop them from dying, because if you walk them out of a range unit range, it takes so long for them to get out of the range because they have range.
They might die.
Yeah. So take those 2 ghouls. You're gonna do a rectangle select around those 2 ghouls and attack one of your own beetles for 1 second. Ready?
Okay, and then cancel it?
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, go ahead. That?
Yep. Now you can send them home. So first you go to your next camp with everything, so you don't waste time creeping. Then you send the 2 ghouls home. Yeah. And all the acolytes should be on rally on the gold mine so that they start working immediately instead of lazing around.
I see.
You can pretty much make non-stop ghouls. It's not about how many are we getting. We're just making ghouls anytime. Don't need to think about it. Just spam.
Okay, so we're ghoul spamming the fuck out of this shit.
Yes. And once you have 5 acolytes, your rally is still wrong, by the way. Black Citadel rally.
Oh, got it.
Once you have 5 acolytes and they're all mining, then you can tech up to tier 2. And you should get a safety Nerubian next to your gold mine. Yeah, and now it's pretty much like non-stop ghoul production, make graveyard, get another Ziggurat. If he's harassing your acolytes, you would get a necropolis at your expand.
Where do I creep from here? I guess I just go north.
It doesn't matter. The
These
map is
corners
not
are all
in the,
juicy.
It's not in the tournament map pool. You're just practicing
Okay.
random multitask here. But basically, let's talk about your base. Necropolis is pretty much same cost, same value as a Ziggurat. So if you need food, you might as well make a Necropolis at your expansion.
Oh, that's why those fuckers always do that shit.
Yeah, it's same money.
I always see like an extra necropolis. Just, yeah.
You're thinking
so I
like,
make an necropolis. Here.
why are they doing it, right? You already have one.
Yeah.
So you do that.
But it gives food or whatever.
It gives 10 food. It costs 200. Ziggurat is also 200. Also 10 food. Necro just takes longer, but it also has more health. And you can TP to it. So it's always fine to make it.
Okay. I definitely need those.
Chat, be quiet. Right. I'm simplifying it.
So no graveyard still?
Yeah, you definitely want to make graveyard. You just get everything you normally would get. You can also play similar army composition to what you normally would do. Everything else can be the same. You can still do Fiends. You can get Death Knight 2nd, Lich 3rd. Alright, get Fiends, statues. It's all the same, just your hero order is different.
Our brethren need assistance.
Makes
so
sense?
Next I would want to get a Lich King.
Yep.
Sorry, Death Knight.
I know what you mean with that. Yes.
Okay.
And because you have an expansion, it's also okay for you to make a 2nd crit. And you want to basically do everything
A
times
second-
2. A second crypt.
Oh yeah, it's for more production because I'm gonna make too much money.
Yeah. And
Second
also,
slaughterhouse too, if it comes down to it.
Yes, 2 slaughterhouse as well, exactly. And instead of 1 ziggurat, anytime you need it or want it, you make 2. Because you have an expansion, you need to handle things at a larger scale.
Yeah.
So go ahead and do it.
Make another ziggurat?
Instead of 1, always make 2 at a time. Yep. Do you have any idle acolytes?
Yeah, I do. Yikes. I mean, I guess I'll just take this massive section here.
Yeah, and just do whatever you would do now if you ever have this much money, 2k gold, without second guessing if it's correct.
Okay, make a lich. Oh, calm down, doggy. Make second slaughterhouse. Yikes. Fuck, I tried to do the thingamajig. They are just healing like crazy out here.
Do more things in your
Wow,
base.
I cannot. Do more things in my base. What's going on in my base?
You have money, right? So if this is all, would you want to do more? Like maybe more ziggurats, upgrades, tier 3, more units? You have a lot of money, so just
Definitely want a tier 3.
Yeah.
Definitely want to maybe put that there.
Nope, no ziggurats in front.
Well, I don't know where to put this one then.
Anywhere else?
I guess I planned badly.
Just always behind your Black Citadel. Yep.
Oh, behind the Black Citadel?
Yeah, where you... That's fine.
Or
It would
here.
have been fine if it's to the right of your Citadel, just not in front. And you can also just spam upgrades.
You're right, I should. I need to bind my graveyard.
Summoning is complete. Summoning is complete.
Cool. Okay, you're ready.
Grubster. It's pretty interesting. Some of these controls that, I mean, I didn't know about this whole backspace thing with the control groups and hitting 5 twice even. I just been manually doing all this stuff in the most clunky way imaginable, probably. All these years, every time I ever dip into Warcraft 3. But watching him train this many people at once, it's because he's training a lot of people right now. Some of the stuff he's saying is finally sticking for me a little bit. It's midnight where I am. 12:18. So let's see. Do we bust out another news thing? We just took a break from the news is all we really did. Funnily enough, Asmongold is basically a news source now. We watched a couple of those things just for fun. It's interesting to see what he chooses to watch. Forbes is pretty in the middle as far as their political standpoint. Slight left-leaning, but it's not the worst. They're pretty impartial. A lot of times they just show news instead of talking about it. Maybe we'll get back into news just a little bit here. We watched the Nancy Mace thing, but it was really sad. That was what we started with tonight. And the audio for the Air Force One talks sounded way too poor. So, what on earth is there to watch? Okay, Bernie Sanders going nuts. Okay, he's always going nuts. I don't really agree with everything he says, but it's interesting to hear his perspective. I probably think like every time he speaks, something sounds like almost right, but then it sounds bad. Like at some point, it sounds like I don't really know how I feel about this guy. It's like he's a wild card. He's all over the place. But really, I kind of don't have strong opinions about any politician. I kind of, truthfully, I kind of hate them all. I don't think any of them are genuine. I think they're all in it just for themselves, but, you know, who isn't in life? Can't really fault them for their human condition too heavily. This concept that, like, these government officials that sought after powerful positions their entire life is somehow an altruistic act is completely ridiculous. This guy probably really believes in his stances, but it just he's such a wild card. I don't know what I don't know about him. Feels like sometimes it's like slightly contradictory here or there. I just don't know enough about the guy, but looks like he's going kind of nuts. Might be worth watching. Senator Bernie Sanders holds his fight. Oligarchy tour. I don't know if I can handle this crap. Maybe we'll just watch a little bit. It's only 5 minutes. Okay, so we'll see. All right, I'm gonna have to. It's only like, was this like our 3rd day streaming? Let's see. I'll have to update the tile back to news basically. Hardcore, 0 talent shaman, extra challenges in hardcore. Back to Kahboomzie. Nightly news. And wow, hardcore. Update all.
So let's do something radical. You ready to do something radical?
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Let's do what President Trump did not do. Let us take a real look at what is going on in America today, okay? All right. We are the richest country. We are the richest country in the history of the world. But you know what? 60%, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know a little bit about that, as I expect many of you do. So what does living paycheck to paycheck mean? Tell me. Raise your hands. It'd be loud. Yes, right here. It means surviving. How you survive. Yes. It means little money. What does it mean? Yes. Stress.
He's just talking to a bunch of kids. Like a teacher riling up a bunch of sophomores. And I can say that because I'm a teacher. It's so easy to rile up the youth because they don't know anything. And they can't even see through like what he's doing.
Hold it one at a time, yeah. Survival. Exhaustion. Well, like fear.
One at a time. Got a call on kids.
Fear of what? A fear of everything. What?
A fear of what? Everything? Okay, I guess you're afraid of everything. Yeah, that helps my position. Like, is that really the best way to communicate whatever it is you're trying to communicate right now about how people are living paycheck to paycheck? We're afraid of what? Of everything. It's just like, that is like what a student would say. Oh, hot take. Oh, why not? Why can't you be afraid of everything? You can. Of course you can. It's just the way he's going about handling this conversation is just weak and childish.
Medical care. Yes, ma'am. No money for emergencies. Yes. Making difficult choices. Ma'am. Okay.
We all want to participate. Did you hear that girl just scream OSHA in the background? Is that what she said? Whatever.
All right, right there, yeah. No future.
Oh, maybe she screamed Russia. I don't know what's whatever.
All right. Here is the reality, and I think you've all said it in a few minutes. Millions of Americans today are wondering how they're going to be able to pay their rent, and what happens if the landlord raises their rent. What do? Rents are going up all over the country. What do you do if the landlord raises?
Bro, I mean, I'm pretty sure Bernie Sanders has been very consistent about his positions on some of this kind of stuff, right? But he sits alongside his colleagues who are making money off of being these, like, land chad real estate tycoons. They just are. Like, people in power are doing this. So it's like, yeah, now's the time to talk about it. It's always the time to talk about it. He's been pretty consistent about it. It's just kind of strange that it's like manipulated to make it seem like this is like a newer problem, but it's been around forever. And if you've talked to him directly about this, he's going to say like, yeah, it's been a problem forever. But I know he's got this call to action where he wants like his slight socialist maybe it's a little more heavily into socialism. I'm not even sure, but like society to structure itself. Just don't know how I feel about this guy.
Your rent. You got to move. Where are you going to move to? You got to take your kid out of school. Where's it going to go? She's going to go. People are worried that your child or your parent becomes sick. You can't afford to take that person to a doctor, or you cannot afford the prescription drugs that your mom or your kid may need. What's going on today in America is people are worried just something as simple, as basic. Your car breaks down. You got an old car, right? Your car breaks down. And the guy at the repair shop says it's going to cost you $1,000 to get it fixed.
Well, then I mean, why isn't every single member of the government like okay with the idea of draining the swamp? Now, who says that Doge is doing the right thing? Who knows? Who really knows? Who knows? They probably aren't. There's probably a much better way to do whatever the hell it is that they're doing. The problem is, we've been, as America, as citizens, we've been calling for this bullshit forever. And it's insane. People say, like, oh, there's like millions of dollars here or there that are like being wasted. And big deal, it's not that much. Why should any of it be wasted? Like, it's such a bad argument. And people say, none of it's being wasted. It's all a lie. I'm pretty sure that the government wastes money, right? I've heard of pork barrel projects or whatever it was ever since I was in high school. This is like 30 years ago or however long it's been. How old am I, man? My goodness. 20 years ago? I don't know. So, like, he wants medical expenses to be completely paid for. He wants socialized medicine. That's cool. That's good. Whatever. Like, but then he also speaks out against. I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure I've heard him speak out against this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've heard him speak out against actually cutting funding. That is waste, or might be waste. Maybe he was just protesting the way it was being done. But like, you can't protest the way it's being done if nobody has had the balls to go up against essentially the bureaucratic government that might be taking advantage of the American people as a huge power source hidden within our government. You know, it sounds very conspiracy theory, so it's just obviously like a really messy situation. But in a way, that's kind of what's happening, isn't it? Like, the government is wasting money, most likely a lot in the military. But we'll see. We'll see whatever actually comes of it. I feel like a lot of the like within the next 20 years, we probably won't really find the answer, if at all, ever, to money being lost or spent or manipulated or stolen or fraudulently being spent or foolishly being spent or however you want to put it. We probably won't ever find that out because they know it's coming and these people are smart and evil, and if this is really happening, they're clearly going to hide it. They're going to find ways to like hide this. I think like Asmongold or somebody, maybe it was some other YouTube guy, they were looking up like the Google algorithm of like hot terms for like money laundering uh type terms, or like they were terms like what were some of the searches? They were like Swiss bank accounts, you know, how to get a Swiss bank account, and can the government like arrest me or put me in jail if, and then like fill in the blank with some sort of like money laundering thing. And if that's like in the Google algorithm of like a hot topic search in places like I think it was like New York, where a lot of this is happening, where people are like these land chads, and they're probably doing something nefarious with the government money so that they can buy out all these buildings so that they can kind of like own the land. Like, it's almost like the lords, like people are becoming lords of the land from like Europe, like back in the day with like Europe, where somebody was a lord and they owned all the land. It's like what's happening in a way. I'm sure they're owning entire like commercial districts and like residential districts, especially in places like New York with like all these skyscrapers and everything like that. Um, I've never really seen anything about it, but my wife for a while now has been complaining about the how people are buying out, like entire like real estate companies are buying out uh tons of homes, creating like the scarcity so that the market goes up. um that might be what's causing it to happen. I don't know. That's just her idea. I feel like a lot of the other people believe this too. I've heard it before. I don't know how much of it is true or not. Who knows what is true these days? To be honest, like all you can do is sit here and pontificate about this stuff and think about it. But here I am just yapping. Freaking Bernie Sanders, man, he's getting me. He yaps and then he gets me yapping. So yeah, that's the way it is. We'll see what else he has to say. In conclusion, he's yelling at a bunch of, it seems, kids. Hopefully these are kids. Hopefully these aren't adults acting like kids, raising their hand to shout out things. I want to participate. Okay, well, let's see what happens. I don't even know what I was talking about. It's just grumpy old man yelling at a bunch of people. And they're like, yeah, we don't like that we can't afford things. Yeah, everyone thinks that. And everyone hopes that either that whatever president and whatever House members and whatever whoever's in the government will care about this. But the problem is, every time there's been a shift in power, my entire life, it's become harder and harder for the middle class to get ahead. It's never been easier. And even now, with like some of the stuff that Trump is doing, like, oh, okay, you're gonna have less taxes if you build in America. Like, that, I think he said something about like, yeah, if your business is in America, you get a 15% tax or something like that. Yeah, okay, but who knows if that's good for the economy? I mean, maybe it is. I don't know enough about economics, but what that sounds like to me, and I haven't heard anyone talk about this. The left hasn't even really complained about this, which I'm surprised by, but maybe it's because they like this idea, because it'll help them get ahead in their financial interests as well, just like the right. Everyone likes this idea, I guess, because it's less taxes for the rich. And the left is rich, and the right is rich. They are all rich, and they are against the middle class, and that is who we are. But no one's complaining about this. Society should be, I think. It seems bad if businesses, like, I would agree this should be the case for small businesses. Sure, small businesses should have lower taxes so that they could become successful in America. And maybe temporarily to like encourage the larger businesses to build in America, it would be a good idea to have this tax cut. And to be honest, once Trump gets out, they're probably going to remove it. It's probably going to just be a 4-year thing. Once Trump is like not the president anymore, 4 years from now, this is probably a part of the plan to bait people to invest and move their entire business here, and then with the promise about the whole 15% tax thing. And no one's complaining about it because it sounds too good to be true. 15% tax for your whole business. Come here, come to America, and then they're going to remove it. That's probably what's going to happen. That's the most tactful thing for the government financially. And there's probably going to be people like businesses, like let's just use the automobile industry for an example, that will appeal to keep the 15% tax, and only certain high level businesses will be able to retain it. Only certain ones that maybe, let's say, the politicians have invested in. There's a reason Nancy Pelosi is making like a shit ton of money. They're all crooked. Everyone, the right and the left. And the middle class is truly who's dying and struggling. And that's who Bernie Sanders is talking to. So, like, in that respect, I agree with him. Yeah, he's right. Of course we're struggling. But it doesn't mean that, like, it doesn't mean that the things he suggests to solve it are actually going to solve it. Because the things that he suggests, like, we need socialized medicine. Yeah, and we might. We might need that. That might be a good thing to have. But he's just proposing we need this. We just need it. We need it. We need the free medicine. Okay, but how are you going to do it, bro? The way the government is going to do it is by taxing the shit out of that middle class. The first thing that needs to happen is the upper class needs to be taxed way more than they are currently being taxed. Like, and they'll still have enough to succeed and to like live comfortably for the rest of their lives, and same with their families. Like, the wealth is so insanely imbalanced. Like, this is why we created anti-monopoly rules with like Rockefeller and stuff like that. um, and I feel like it's about time that that happens again. It's like people have found, like Disney has found a way around, for example, and many companies like Google, almost every major company, like even appliance companies like your like LG and stuff like that, they found ways around this claim or this monopoly restriction. Oh, we're Disney and we don't own, like, Disney's not Disney, we have like 100 different businesses that we own. No, we haven't cornered the market on anything. And really, I guess that's really what it's about. It's like cornering the market, but it's like a different, and that's not really what's happening. They just own a lot. So owning that much, owning that many like little different mini businesses and franchises and stuff like that is kind of another problem. It's not really a monopoly. Of course it's not. Otherwise they get in trouble. But it's another way to monopolize wealth. And that's what's happening. Wealth is being monopolized. And we, the people, need to be against that more than anything else. We need to be outspoken against the monopolization of wealth. Once that is actually dealt with, sure, all this like false funding and stuff that Doge might be doing, who knows if they're actually doing it correctly, who knows what's really going on, all that kind of stuff. People say they're lying, people say they're not lying. The thing that's all a distraction. The thing that actually matters is the consolidation of wealth. And having that consolidated in this way limits the American people, so that if we were going to get something like socialized medicine, which might not even be a good thing, right? It seems pretty bad for Canada for a few reasons. I got stories. They're anecdotal, so I really don't like them. But like, I've also seen news articles where this is true for a lot of people, where they've seen issues with like even getting medical care. Now I'm sure some people, maybe a lot of people get the medical care that they need, but a lot of people maybe don't. My old landlord, he works for NVIDIA. His dad died in Canada. They're Canadian, and he's on here on like a work permit or something like that. But his dad still lives in Canada, or he lived. He's dead now. Lived in Canada, and it was horrific to me when I learned how he died. He died waiting for medical care because it's this socialized system, and Canada is like, oh, we can't get you in time, and he wasn't seen in time, and if he could have been seen by doctors, he would have been seen sooner. And I was told, now, I mean, my landlord's Canadian, and he's not going to blame the government or anyone. The people are very polite, and he just shrugs his shoulders and says, well, this is just the way things are, this is just what happens. If his dad was younger, his dad probably would have gotten the medical care that he needed. But his dad was older, and old people cost more money medically. I think that the government that controls who gets seen and when they get seen and what their availability might be, it's possible. Who knows if this is really what's happening, but it's totally possible that the crooked governments of this world could, if they control something like this, could say, oh, no, yeah, we don't have availability. And it's possible that older people that would cost more money from the system, the socialized medical system, it's possible they could die. And then that would overall, if this happens enough times, it costs less money for the government in this socialized system. Now, is this something that I like believe in, or I'm actually concerned about, or actually care about? I don't care about anything. I'm just yapping here about the problems in the world and things that I've heard about. And the thing is, that's one anecdotal story, but then it was like corroborated by articles that I had read around that time. Like this was like 2019 or something like that, when he was talking to me about this, where this was happening in Canada. And the call of the nation for a big portion of the nation was, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Then COVID happens and everyone says, we need socialized medicine. Okay, maybe we do. But like also I see the crookedness that can happen through it. And it doesn't mean that it's a good thing. Now he calls for this very heavily, but my point that I made earlier is, well, where's that money going to come from? It's going to come from the middle class. What needs to happen is it needs to come from the upper class. Make the upper class pay for it 100%. Only the upper class pays for it. They actually can afford it. Higher taxes, and all those higher taxes go towards the medical thing. And then obviously you're going to have to like restrict the medical industry so that it's not capitalistic. But then there's a problem in that because somebody is not going to try very hard somewhere along the line to do something like make a vaccine or make a new medicine because they can't profit off it in a capitalistic way. So what do? They say that true innovation happens with the promise of wealth through capitalization. There's very few altruistic people in this world that will create something like the Ebola vaccine or whatever it was. I can't really quite remember. But a polio vaccine, where they are being altruistic, but those type of people are very few and far between. Most people are very selfish. They just are. Most people care about themselves, and they care about getting wealthy, and they care about, uh, you know, doing what's best for their own future and their family's future. And a lot of people don't care about family anymore these days. They just care about their own future. So this is a real problem with the human condition. And if you really look at everything holistically like this, and you follow the money, and you follow the darkness of the human's heart, of man's heart, you follow the motives of man throughout the ages, and you're gonna come up with some pretty obvious answers. Like, a lot of things sound really good, but can they happen? How are you gonna have to manipulate society to make it happen in the correct way? Well, maybe one way to do that is eat the rich, tax the rich. Well, that's also going to stop them from innovating, people would criticize. So what is the real answer? What do I think? What do I honestly think? I don't know. I'm not somebody that can solve the world or bring about world peace or solve the financial crisis of this nation. No, none of us can. All of our thoughts are pathetic and pointless in comparison to this daunting reality of the issues that we have throughout the world in all societies. All we can do is sit, hash it out, and talk about it and weigh our minds upon motives and what's possible and what's probable, while keeping the depravity of mankind at the forefront of our mind so that we understand where people's motives might lie. We should vote, and we should be careful to avoid falling into a situation in which a large portion of society can be manipulated poorly and improperly. And really, that's probably the biggest reason why the Conservative Party even exists, to be honest, is they know that by changing something for the quote unquote better, that people are probably going to try to manipulate something into that new system that can benefit themselves to where other people are taken advantage of, which is one of the reasons why I hate the turnover of the new presidency every time it happens now, because you see it. You saw Trump come in and he signed a bunch of executive orders, and then Biden came in and he signed a bunch of executive orders that undid everything that Trump did. And then Trump comes in and then he signs a bunch of executive orders that undoes everything that Biden did. And it just puts our nation into a state of chaos. And who's it good for? Hopefully it's good for the American people. We should be rooting for the president, and because rooting for the president, whoever it might be, is rooting for us. But because I don't want a president to fail, because then America fails, then our life and our livelihood fails, right? We don't really want that. Some people act like that's what they want, but I don't think they're thinking it through all the way. Because if that really happened, like you'd be scraping at the bottom of trash barrels hoping to find some slime to lick because you're so hungry, you know? Like, it's just it would be very dystopian if a president actually fully failed. No matter who it is. I think I've heard somebody say before, I didn't want, like, this is like a streamer that hated Biden, right? And he said he didn't want Biden to fail because if Biden failed, even though he hated Biden, it meant that his life would be in turmoil just because a president is failing. So, and some people say he did fail. Well, I mean, like, it could have been way worse. Everything could be worse, right? So who knows? Anyway, what do I believe? I believe that mankind is evil, and I believe that people care about themselves, and I believe that money is a big driving factor behind everything. I believe people are corrupt enough to try to manipulate a situation to where they come out ahead, even if it means other people suffer. And everything that politicians say, and everything that they fight for, and everything that they do, like, no matter who they are, there's bad stuff. There's bad stuff that goes on behind the scenes that attacks essentially the low class and the middle class. I guess a lot of people yell about the middle class, but like there is no middle class anymore, really. It's they keep talking about how the middle class is suffering. It's not really a class that even exists anymore. It's so small. I feel like the middle class is the low class, and then there's the ultra low class below that. The ones that are living so poorly that they're not even living paycheck to paycheck. They're living debt to debt. And the middle class is living paycheck to paycheck. And then if you're anything but that, you're considered wealthy because you're not struggling. It's so liberating when your mind is not on money. But here he is, advocating for socialized medicine. Who knows if it's a good thing? Who knows? It's such a complicated situation that we have put ourselves in as a nation. You'd have to completely dismantle the entire health department and and the entire institution of medicine, and like it would be completely dismantled to make this actually work. And how do you fund it? And where are they going to get the funding? They're going to get it from the lower and middle class, more than they're going to get it from the upper class. And we're just going to suffer even more due to taxes. It's just the way it's going to happen. And I know Bernie Sanders says, tax the rich. Yeah, he does. But you'd have to, like, actually do that. And even with Musk, for example, trying to stop, and who knows if he's even doing it right, right? He probably isn't. But, like, even with Musk and his little Doge team trying to stop false funding being distributed, even with him trying to stop that, like, I started thinking to myself, shit, these people are powerful. They're probably going to kill him. And then on Rogan, he says, I think they're going to kill me. I saw that clip, right? And you know what? He's probably right. People probably want to kill him. And that's going to tie people's hands because they don't want to die, and they're afraid to die because they don't want these losers that are taking advantage of the taxpayer dollar, which is most likely what's happening because the world is corrupt. He doesn't want those people to kill him. I don't know. So even if this socialized medicine thing happens and the rich gets taxed to the point where socialized medicine is even possible for our nation, and if it's not regulated by the government to where they would like not give people services because of age or because of some other outlying reason, like, oh, we don't have enough doctors. If the world and all the things lined up perfectly in the world for this to happen the right way, on the surface, there's definitely going to be people behind the scenes trying to manipulate it to make it better for themselves, where other people suffer to the point where we think we think that the rich are going to be taxed, and then all of a sudden they're not, right? Because they are the ones that are in power. And we vote and are promised, oh yeah, we'll tax the rich, and then we vote for it, and then they're not taxed. And then what? What do we do? Do we rise up and fight the government? No. We're so absorbed with our own entertainment in this world. We are entertainment addicts. Our government has made us into entertainment addicts. That's one of the things that led to the fall of Rome, actually. One of the things, people were so into their cushy lifestyles, right? We are so into these cushy little lifestyles that we are going to lose. We are going to lose sight of what really matters. And when push comes to shove, are we going to fight for our own selves? No, we don't even do it now, right? And the way we do it is so psychotic. Like, let's graffiti a car. Or let's throw a Molotov cocktail into a building. Or let's sit in a freeway and block traffic. And you have very small sections of very radicalized people that are not actually doing things that will convince other people to be on their side. It's not tactful at all. Being tactful is important. Anyway, I'm tired of yapping. It's like 1 a.m. now. Let's hear the rest of this.
Now, what happens if you don't have the $1,000?
Oh my gosh, freaking Bernie.
You can't get your car fixed. If you can't get your car fixed, you can't get to work. If you can't get to work, you're going to lose your job. If you lose your job, how are you going to survive? That's because millions of people don't have $1,000 in the bank.
This is fear mongering, right? Like, you might not have enough money someday. Yeah, it's true, and a lot of people don't. But like, it's not like a homeless epidemic right now. I mean, there's a lot of homeless people, but it's not like, and it's higher than it should be, but it's not like this epidemic where like half the nation is like finding themselves on the streets. It is fear mongering. Let's just take it for what it is.
In America today, and this is a remarkable fact, it is not just that our life expectancy, you all know what life expectancy, how long we live. It's about 4 years shorter than people in other wealthy countries. And we should wonder why that is so. But here's something that is never talked about. Now, I want to throw that out to you. I want you to digest it. If you are working class in this country, your life expectancy, on average, will be 7 years shorter than if you are wealthy. Do you all understand what that is about? That means...
Yeah, because like the cortisol level that you get from the stress of not being able to afford your bills, it is literally something that can kill you. Like where you age faster or you're not as healthy or whatever it might be. That's one thing. If you live a life where you never have to worry about any bills, you are far more at peace and you have way less stress, and that's way better for you, and you're going to have a higher life expectancy. That's one thing. But I know what he's going at. He's like, oh, it's because you can't afford medicine and that's why you're dying. And maybe that's true too. But I feel like a lot of people don't know about the stress thing. So I figure I might mention it.
Means that being working class in this country in many respects is like a death sentence. You're rich, you're going to live long life, you're working class 7 years shorter. Why is that? A stress. All right. What stress is about stress is not some concept. Oh, we're stressed out. Stress is a physiological reaction.
Cool, dude. He's talking about it. Wow. Nice.
And there is, doctors frame it as it's the disease of poor people who have to struggle every single day. Stress wrecks your body, and it has a terrible impact on your mind. If you have to worry every single day, how are you going to survive? How do I feed the kids? How do I pay the rent? What happens if I get a call that I have to be at work at midnight for the midnight shift? If you add all that together, people are living on pins and needles day after day, year after year. Stress kills. And in the richest country in the history of the world, millions of people should not have shorter lives than they otherwise should because of the economy that we have.
Cool. Wow. I'm pretty happy he actually mentioned that last thing about the whole stress. I feel like a lot of people don't know that and they don't mention that. I'm pleasantly surprised. Okay. By okay. Okay, bought a bunch of potions. Is that the last video for tonight? Man, I gotta go to sleep. It's only 1 a.m. Only. Well, I'm just playing WoW, I guess. I didn't even feel like watching this Bernie Sanders video, and then I just got grumpy because the world is broken. And I just yapped about it. Oh, Forbes. See what you do. Yeah, well, this guy's not even the dude anymore. It's the other guy. Olivier or whatever he is. Okay, well, I should probably end the stream. But maybe we'll watch some Dota videos next time. Because Dota's awesome. So we watched some news tonight, took a break, watched a Grubby video, got back into some news, and then in my sleepiness, I got to yapping about the problems with the world and how we can't trust any politicians and how mankind is messed up and selfish and they're just going to manipulate everything. Which is kind of a downer. Hopefully I'm wrong. I probably am. Because what do I know? Just a dude in this world thinking about things. I'm talking out of my ass. Really, it's me trying to make sense of things. It's the point of conversation. Working through the ideas in your mind. It'd be real cool if someone, tried talking to me about it. Because, it just comes down to the problem with mankind. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Everyone's just into their own self-interests in this world. It's kind of a downer. Ending the stream on that. So, Dota Cinema, episode, I don't know, 8. Here we go.
Hello.
Alright. A classic. 12 years ago, Reeves and Suns fan. Let's get some fun little silly clips in here with these guys. Why does it look so fuzzy, though? Not auto.
I want hug!
This looks weird. I'm not going to do this episode. Maybe we'll do episode 21 or something.
Hey guys.
Man, did Dota really look that bad? It looks fuzzy. Like really fuzzy.
That's a good strat, actually. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Completely on purpose, I'm sure.
And the anti-mage running into is on purpose as well. This is a high-level game, in case you were wondering.
Obviously.
Crazy! First clip of the week submitted by Tix. Here we're watching an Enigma, and this is going to be an amazing black hole, Reeves, just for you.
I'm so
Boom!
upset.
Whoa!
Oh,
Longest
okay.
range
Okay.
black hole ever.
That's a good strat, actually. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Completely on purpose, I'm sure.
Yeah, and the anti-mage running into is on purpose as well. This is a
Well,
high-level
it's
game, in
anti-mage.
case you were wondering.
Obviously.
Next clip submitted by... No. Queen of Pain, and we got Boyd attacking Huskar here. But Huskar, the lower he gets, the more damage he does.
Oh, God.
They're going to be fine.
Hey guys, hey,
you
we're over here. We're over here.
You idiot.
You idiot! You stupid,
You
idiot!
stupid banana bagarm. We're over here.
Banana
Come
Bagum!
and get us.
Banana Bagum. Very good name, very, very good. Next clip submitted by Guitarman Sam. Okay. We're watching Storm Spirit initiating boom!
What the hell?
Look at how much damage this Caustic Finale does. Boom!
Oh my god.
At least he got some farm out of it though, Reeves. That's the important thing to know.
That was so beautiful.
Next clip submitted by Eddie. We're watching a tiny and watches another black hole.
That's probably bad. Yep, that's bad. Terrible, terrible things are happening.
Try not to toss a channeling ally. Is what I always tell you.
I'm guessing he didn't try. No,
He
he's fine.
tried.
He's gonna get away.
Let's watch the replay slow-mo.
Hooray! Because we need to see this one again.
Boom! Shiva's 2 on him, wow. Next clip submitted by iPone, and something tells me, Reeves, that he will not be poning this clip. But hey,
Well,
I don't know.
if it's released by Apple, it's probably gonna suck, and here it is.
True that. Touche indeed. So he gets stuck in the tree. Oh, man.
Awesome
Oh,
time to cut
God.
the tree. I fail.
Indeed. That's a good alternative name, I think. That should be the product name for every Apple, actually. Every Apple product. Agreed? New
With
trend?
the iPhone, you can be completely terrible.
Next clip sent by Couscous. Here we're going to be seeing Rubik put somebody else on the cliff yet again, Reeves.
Oh, I love
Level
these clips.
1. What's the difference with this one? Pudge, there's no way he's going to do anything. Oh, wait, if he gets level 1 hook, then maybe.
Wait, if you just stand still, Rubik, you'll get destroyed.
So some people
Where
would
are you
say
gonna go now?
some people would say this is a fail by Pudge for getting level 1 hook, but he's a smart guy. He didn't level until it was time.
Oh, look, and he even gave the kill to... Where are these players when we play?
Yeah, this guy should add Reeves and play with him immediately. Show him how to play the game. Because Reeves just takes everybody's kills, and he baits everybody.
I will get the duct tape back out.
Next clip submitted by Napoleon, born to party, alchemist, baby. Yeah, back in the fray.
Oh, and it's off with a big bang?
Yep.
I'm sure
no
he was...
pun intended.
All right, fuck this. Dual wield time.
Yeah, pops his ult, and there's... Ooh, okay,
Easy
there's a
kill.
winner. Yep, easy indeed.
Save it, or just launch it.
Well, he did get sheep, so there's a little bit of reason behind that. That's your pig sound?
Yeah, it's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. Makes me really hungry for a Baconator from Wendy's.
Look at him run. Oh, that's a weird time to start your stun.
Yeah,
That's not gonna end
run
well.
around the fog. Not a good time.
Oh, so many creeps.
But what's
So
going to
many
happen here,
creeps.
Reeves? He's
Please
going to get
move around
surrounded?
him.
No,
Please
just come walk
move around
right
him.
through them.
All right.
He's going to start running away. Now, I think Windrunner is the one that is the predator now. In fact, the prey is Alchemist.
Oh, no.
Can it be
Shoot
3
him.
for 3?
Stun him. Stun him.
3 for 3.
Oh, my God.
So good. So good. Next clip submitted by Falone, and we're watching a Furion do the old, I'm going to get on a cliff and neutral creep farm on a cliff. We've
All
seen this from time to
Falone.
time. But unfortunately for him, he
Falone.
is actually Radiant, so that Dire Ward is going to be...
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Chad.
Dun, 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 dun.
Keep going. Oh, Enchantress? Maybe the real fail is you have an Enchantress and a Chen on the opposite team. But hey, it works out for you.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they know. No problem. Next clip submitted by Niceco. Here we're watching... Oh, Ursa. He was trying to buy something from Secret
poor
Shop.
guy.
Wait a second.
Shouldn't have done that.
Puck off, Roshan. God damn it.
Oh, get out of my base.
So this not the best fissure I've ever seen.
Thanks,
but,
guys. You saved me from the evil bear. What the fuck? I'm sick of this shit. Always you come in and save me, then you break my heart. I can't find love.
Oh my god, it's horrible. Next clip submitted by Lovecarver watching Earthshaker. Boom! Echo slam to the face.
gosh. Oh my
Now the
God.
next target
Screwed.
is Windrunner. Another chase on the red-headed Windrunner, Reeves.
Get him, Lovecraft. Go
Another
kill him
sheep,
with
too.
your sea monsters.
His semen?
Sea monsters.
Oh, sorry.
It's a Lovecraftian joke.
Oh, yeah.
It's
makes no
for the nerds.
Oh, okay. Well, he's got.
Links
Oh,
up.
there's enchantment.
Oh, oh,
Fissure.
good move
He's got
by,
a boom.
Oh, and he completely misses and gets the.
Oh, and the laughter ensues.
LOL.
Report, please.
Report me?
Top 10 fails.
Seriously?
I'm just gonna let you handle this one.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right, Reeves.
That's
right.
No one's ever said that to you.
True. It's usually males. Nothing against that, though, of course. Thanks for watching Fails of the Week episode 21. My name is Sunsfan. Joining me as always is Reeves. Any last words before we bid everybody adieu? By the way, everybody visit dotacinema.com, the new launch. Good stuff, good fun. A lot of articles, a lot of forum posts by me. Q&A, actually. I'm sure Reeves will be a part of that one of these days.
Yeah. I saw that thread. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, people are asking me very personal questions, and I don't shy away from these things. I don't know about you, Reeves. That was kind of a question.
I'm shying away from it.
Oh, okay. Thanks, guys. See ya.
I gotta see that Roshan part again. So good.
What they're doing.
Yeah, they know. No problem. Next clip submitted by Niceco. Here we're watching. Oh, Ursa. He was trying to buy something from Secret
poor
Shop.
guy.
Wait a second.
Shouldn't have done that.
Puck off, Roshan. God damn it.
Hey, get out of my base.
So this not the best fissure I've ever seen.
Thanks,
but,
guys. You saved me from the evil bear. What the fuck? I'm sick of this shit. Always, you come in and save me, then you break my heart. I can't find love.
Oh my god, it's horrible. Nice.
I can't find love. Oh my gosh. It's so good. Okay. Dude, I gotta watch another one now. My Whisper only channel is gone now. My No Whispers channel is gone. What is happening to my... everything? Reload. Options. Add-ons. Only loadable on demand for scrap? Is that why things aren't selling? Oh, gosh. Okay. How do I just get to the next video? All right, I'll type 22. That was pretty good. I gotta see another one now. There is no 22. It goes to 23. Okay, let's watch.
Hey guys, this is Sunsfan.
And I'm Reeves.
And this is Fails of the Week.
I love you, Suns fan.
I love you. We're watching Wisp and Tiny. Oh, they TP away just fine. But Wisp is gonna go back. Oh boy.
Don't take your friend. Be cool. Be
Yuri's
cool.
like,
oh, Tiny's like, screw this.
He's like, Wisp, you lived a very happy and joyful life. Oh no! What? What? What?
Freedom!
Let's see what happened here.
Old school dodo, motherfucker.
Yeah, old school but awful. The raptor runs away in shame. Look at
it's like, oh, what did I do?
Next clip's gonna by Hustica. We're watching Morphling is gonna get AA ulted here. Not before he gets a kill though. Boom! There's the AA ult. And he's good. He's fine.
Stop it.
Unless he goes to agility.
Stop. Oh, God.
Very smart Morphling here. Indeed.
Gotta morph.
So smart.
He wasn't even in danger. Like,
not even close. Not even, I mean, look at Urshik. He doesn't even think anything's going on either. Next up's by Haas. We're watching Clockwork. He's got an easy hook from very long range. Let's see if he gets it off.
Boom! What? Good in hook. Oh no.
Look at this slow motion. Oh! I don't know how this hook even hits. I'm not gonna lie. It's on the backswing. But they run away together, so it's all good.
What? Witch Doctor's over there like, what the hell was that?
Next clip's by non-time. We're watching Shadowfin get an ult off, and he's stuck.
God.
He is stuck in a teammate.
Oh.
On a teammate. I don't even know here. Is that Slardar? I think that's Slardar.
Yeah, it's Slardar.
It's like, why can't you be range?
Shadow Slardar.
Shadow Lar. Slardo Fiend.
Huh? Slardo Fiend.
Yeah, there we go. That's better. Oh, he finally gets out. Good.
Alright, freedom. And it didn't even matter because Nevermore is destroying everyone.
Yeah. I think he's a little too far.
Cool.
I think it
Maybe
was
that's
the.
What it looks like when Nevermore gives birth. That's what comes out.
Next person of my H4WX. Awesome name. Awesome. Watching Bounty trying to take away this Aegis. What's gonna happen, Reeves?
That's a lot of me.
Oh! Unknowingly, Meepo destroys him.
Like, why wouldn't they do that?
Because sometimes they're not smart, Reeves.
I love the like little bit of panic movement we see before he just implodes.
Next clip sent by Galtieri on this Bloodseeker
Captain
running
Fail.
Rupture clockwork.
To the enemy base. Giving a fall to the Captain Fail.
My God. He just doesn't give up, you know? He just like, whoa, I can get him now. I can be. It's like the Simpsons episode. Bart just keeps hitting that electric thing.
It's me, guys, Captain Fail. I just want to touch it. Can I please touch it? Just come here. I just want to touch it. There's a lot of blue orby things, but just let me touch it.
Next clip submitted by unpronounceable name. Thank you for submitting your clip. This is on Quap. He's going to go in for the last kick. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Oh, God. It's embarrassingly bad.
Oh, God, it's so terrible. It was so good, too.
Meanwhile, in the small neutral camps.
What's all that noise? Oh, God!
Oh, Reeves, I love you. Next clip submitted by Yas. Here we're watching Spectre, and I'm just going to say, just look at dispersion, Reeves.
Oh, God. Run, Lion.
Oh.
That's all I felt there was,
I can't stop saying.
Oh, you know what started all the... It was that freaking PA dagger flying in.
All of it. Oh, that crit really... God, the range on dispersion is ridiculous.
Holy
Next clip
crap.
sent by HGOK. Oh, looks like Void can see that there is a Furion on the cliff. He's like, okay, I'm just going to leap up there and kill him. Nothing can go wrong. Nothing.
Jump and kill him.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
shit.
It even looks like he made it.
You never make it when you're Void. Never.
Stop poking me with your staff.
Shit.
I hate it.
And now Prophet's like, okay, just going to TP away. Here we go. Oh, shit.
Escape, no.
Wait, no, I can still go. Okay, we're fine. Oh, shit. Okay. So... So many fails in one clip. It's a domino of fails, Reeves. All right. Last clip of the week submitted by Purion Flax, and my God, this is gonna be good. Smoke
Pyrion's
Gank.
famous.
First fail is Dragon went to Dragon from right away during smoke. But
Well,
that's okay.
first fail is Pyrion is on Skelly.
Yeah, that too, because he has arcane boots. He has arcane. All right, now they're seen by the tower. Like, what is this? This is the worst. It's like a
line, guys.
limbo line of death here. Oh no.
Oh, get in there.
Oh, Skeleton King.
God. Okay, run the other way. No.
No. He runs towards base. Well, all I can say is Pyramid Flax
you
should
guys.
not try to be competitive.
Oh my God, I like that he still tried to like make it to his base. Like he's like, I'm committing.
Everybody comment on his videos to have him make a video on how to properly use Smoke of Deceit, because I think everybody's interested in that now.
Needs
Anyway,
to happen.
yes, thanks for watching Fails of the Week, episode 23. My name is Sunspan. Joining me as always was Reeves. Be sure to check us out at dotacinema.com. Reeves, any last words?
Yes. Shameless plug for my own interview. Dota Diamond actually interviewed me recently. We'll put the interview in the description. So click a clacky it and.
These are so good. What a
Hey,
good
guys.
way to end the night after getting angry about sad little politic things. I kind of don't want to do that anymore. The problem was probably thinking about how the entire nation and the world really needs to change, because man as a whole is just mean and evil, and they do bad things. I'm just doom spiraling when I think about it. Gotta shake that off again and maybe watch another Dota Fails of the Week just for fun.
This is Sunsfan.
And I'm Reeves.
And this is Fails of the Week. Hello and welcome to Fails of the Week, episode 23. My name is SunsFan. I will be your host for this evening. You, Reeves. I go back. Oh boy.
Wait, didn't we just watch this? I thought I opened up 24. What am I doing?
Hey guys, this is SunsFan.
And I'm Reeves.
And this is Fails of the Week.
Yeah.
What is it, October 28th?
Yeah.
Oh! Yeah. Oh! Yeah, that's right. It's Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the president of Iran's birthday, I think, right? He took 52 U.S. hostages. He doesn't even think the Holocaust happened, for God's sake. He hates Jews in general. So,
no.
Yeah, this day, it's evil. It's an evil day, Reeves.
Happy birthday to me.
First clip of the week submitted by More Lethian, who are watching Fashion Nugget on the Void. Good Chronosphere. Very good Chronosphere.
Pretty good so far.
He's having some trouble running around the trees.
Escape.
Just go!
Why were those even there?
Bullseye, right in the sprout.
That prophet is either like really good or really bad.
He has a lot of foresight and foreskin while we're talking about that stuff. Boom! Right in the hatchet.
Fashion nugget sand.
Next clip submitted by Lord Joel Cypher. Here's a nice vacuum. We've seen this many a time. Something special about this one, though, Reeves. Very special
he's got
indeed.
spin, and hopefully he's got a TP coming.
Yeah. Well, actually, good thing you said that, because there's the courier with the aforementioned TP.
Where's it going? Wait, that.
Oh, wait.
Whose courier is that?
That's there. Yeah, that's fine. There he is. There.
All right.
What? Oh no.
Wow.
Necro
full ult. Just
oh, four staff. Fine. What?
Oh.
What? Oh no!
Sorry.
Now he gets puts on his clip for his troubles. It's like he's surfboarding. It's freaking amazing. Next clip sent in by Ionevo. Anyway, we're having. Oh wow! Look at the pretty people in the air.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful with them up in the oh.
I always love these clips. They're very visually pleasing to the eye and the.
What, the failed chrono sphere on top of the. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Oh, it happens. It happens
Why
all
did
the time.
Naga fall through, but the rest of them stayed up?
Next clip sent by Hot and Spot. Here we're watching a Marana going for an arrow onto the lion, but it's horribly off.
Totally.
And it's gonna hit Sniper. Oh! And the neutrals finish him off. Now look at this closely, Reeves. Does this remind you of Mortal Kombat uppercuts here with the neutrals?
Okay, well,
Not
that
that
first one was not okay.
Wait.
Boom! Okay, yeah, kind of.
Boom! Boom! Rock Golem-tality.
Next clip sent by 5.0M. Here watching Drow. Uh-oh, Wisp, you're in quite a bit of trouble because Drow does a lot of damage now. Not that she didn't already.
Run. Faster. Run faster.
She pops her ult. Is she gonna get... Oh. She, him is fine, but Drow's like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna stick around.
This kill. He's got to come back.
I'm gonna stand right on top of it. Right on top of it. What's gonna happen?
Come on back. Come on back, buddy.
Oh, no!
God, no!
What do you expect's gonna happen, honestly?
He's got friends! He's got friends!
Wisp is... Oh, that's Drow's British. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Drow's British now, too, guys.
Gosh, everybody's British. Next clip sent
Venom
by
and
.7. That is the most interesting name. I'm sorry, I can't even go with this clip anymore. It's just very interesting name. Not sure where it came from.
Run, Razor.
Razor.
Victory.
Oh, wait!
Oh, that's
what the... So, not that she needed extra help with initiating because of her blink, but Pudge really did take it to the next level. This is a next level counter initiation, Reeves.
I just love it. It's like, oh, it's not Razor.
And she ends up getting the kill on the Warlock off the screen. The cameraman was just a little bit lazy. Next clip's done by Misiho, I don't know.
I love these names. It'll never get old.
Storm Spirit gets destroyed. Void's like, uh-oh. Gotta run away. He'll be fine. He has leap. Oh, what?
No,
what?
terrible decision.
So watch very close. There's a static remnant on the screen from the dead Storm Spirit.
He could have
Look at
literally leaped any other direction.
It looks like
anywhere
Storm
else.
Spirit. Boom! Beautiful Storm Spirit from the
That's
grave.
how I do it. That's how I do it from beyond the grave.
Next clip sent by Zenana or something. We're watching Beastmaster going for some extra farm. Has haste. He's fine until it runs
shouldn't
out.
have pulled the creep. It's gonna
Creep.
get you. Oh,
That is the most embarrassing death ever. Honestly, look at him.
All right, some free farm. Oh, wait a second. There's a whole lot of them.
That's just ill timing, is what that
Oh,
is.
poor guy. He needed the farm.
You know. Next clip's in by War Machine, a pro Counter-Strike player, if I remember correctly. I know it doesn't have a one name. Uh-oh, toss him, toss him, toss him there. Whoa!
Whoa! It was a pro opper.
Yeah,
it's a
that's
distance joke. It's a
What? Player, if I remember correctly. I know it doesn't have a one name. Uh-oh, toss him there. Whoa!
Wow.
It was a pro
The heck?
Yeah,
it's a
that's
distance joke. It's a joke about distance.
That's what she said. No, that didn't make sense. But anyway, Venno is on a place where I didn't even know you could go in general. Like, how do you even get up there?
What was he throwing him at? Like, what was the target?
Everything. He was throwing him at everything. He
I
just
mean, there
stuck
has to
up
be
here
a
for a minute.
target to throw somebody somewhere, right?
Well, he went to base, so he just went halfway to the fountain, I guess. So he gets the TP,
I'm
and
rather
he's
stuck over here, everyone.
he's
it's
British
fine.
as well, mind you. Going back to base.
Venno's
By
always
base, I
been
mean
British.
tier 1 tower.
What are you doing? So let's do this tiny. Oh dear. This is all right. It seems as though I'm on holiday now.
That's a realistic reaction right there.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, the British are very low key.
Next clip similar by Demion, and here
Oh
is
God,
a
it's
global.
profit. This can't go
Oh,
good.
what? Worst. Okay, one of the worst TPs I've ever seen, mind you.
So yeah, but we see a lot of them. At least he was close. At least it wasn't 2 feet from himself. What's
Right now,
that?
all he can think about is penis. Penis
What's
is
that
coming
noise?
for him.
What's the noise?
He's a penisophobia. I don't know what the real term for that is, but I'm making that up. Penisophobia, Reeves.
I have real worries about what your penis does look like.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I like that he has this second of spinning panic.
So anyway, that was Fails of the Week, episode 24. My name is Sunshine. Joining me is Reeves. Any last words for your birthday? And again, happy Ahmadinejad's birthday, Reeves.
Yeah, happy birthday to us, I guess. I sure wish I didn't know that now, but I can't talk as fast as you, but thank you for all the birthday wishes from everyone, and for those who haven't yet, you're dead to me. You're dead to me now.
Hey guys, this is Sunsfan,
And I'm Reeves.
and this is Fails of the Week. Hello, Uncle Fails of the Week, episode 25. My name is Sunsfan. Joining me is the man who still refuses to let go of my hand when we trick or treat.
Hi.
By the way, speaking of that, do you moisturize your hands? They're very, very soft.
Oh my god, I do. I'm so happy you noticed.
You are a jerk-offaholic, good sir.
Don't make it weird.
First clip of the week submitted by FDL, and we're watching an OD going against a Knicks, and he better be careful because there's a lot of burst
His name
damage.
is Clusterfuck. And
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
He's gonna ult him though. He's fine. He's fine.
Oh.
Spike Carapace for the win. From within.
Oh,
the
he had a
beautiful
gem and
astral
everything.
prison.
He had everything he needed to do right there. He just had to ult and destroy his own self-body. Murder.
His own self-body. Next clip submitted by Dill Pickle. Here we're watching a Quap ulti the crap out of people, but not enough damage. He's gonna get away. Uh-oh.
No.
What?
Break
Okay.
apart.
What?
Break apart.
Oh, no.
Or run together.
Jesus, don't you know better? Jesus.
Friends forever.
So, first rule of Lich ult, stick together, I think, is the moral of this story.
Come on, guys. We got this. Just keep powering through the cold. Just keep powering through.
Jesus, Jays, and River of Blood, good sir. Perfect combination right there.
I don't know why we slowed it down so much.
It's pretty.
It is pretty.
In case you're wondering, Pudge dies too.
Just, later.
Yeah. Dill Pickle.
Way later.
Next clip submitted by something that is not pronounceable yet again. Our first
His name
Dire
is
Tide fail.
Aoki.
Oh, sorry. My mistake.
Or
Roshan's beating the crap out of Windrunner, doing a little Windrun action, TP's
Doing
away.
what he does.
Just keep away, if you will, from Roshan.
Well, Windrunner desperately tries to get a piece of candy.
Yep. She's fine. She has so many ways to get
Oh, no.
Force staff!
Oh,
Uh-oh,
she's
she's
good.
stuck in a corner.
And she's got that lovely tree.
Yeah, there we go. We're fine. But Invoker comes to save the day, or not.
Oh, no.
The TP breaks the tree.
It looks like
Boom.
Roche, grabs her and shoves her in his mouth. Oh, thanks, Invoker. It's delicious.
Next up, by Hive.B44L. Beautiful name, I must say. Puck, you were watching? What's he going to do, Reeves?
He's going to run.
This is normal
needs to
mode.
Run.
Haven't seen this in a
Run.
while. Oh, it loses range. There we go.
Oh, no, the neutrals.
No.
Oh, no, the neutrals.
Oh, fuck. What?
I was really hoping for a neutral kill.
Keep
there.
going into the trees. She's fine. Sand King doesn't know what's going on, but the creeps do. Oh, Satyr. He knows all. He knows all, Reeves.
Satyr's like, I don't really mess around.
Why does everybody have a white trash accent?
I don't know.
Or British. That's all
Well, they
you-
live in the fucking woods.
Next clip, something like Glitch 1500. Here is a global culling blade. This is the only thing that's in this guy's mind right now.
Must culling blade.
Global culling blade?
Culling blade. Me must find culling blade. The culling blade.
Oh,
there.
no. Oh, no.
It's delicious.
No.
Delicious. Must culling blade. Culling
Oh,
blade.
no.
Culling
Oh,
blade.
no. Don't want.
Culling
Barrel
blade,
says
no.
no. No.
Can still culling blade.
No, 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 no.
Boom! Kamikaze style. That's what I like to see. That's a true axe. That must have felt so good. Next up, somebody Haj something.
Hakaji.
Hakaji. I'm sorry. This is.
Jesus.
Have you seen this bug before, Reeves?
Evidently, I guess Roshan sometimes just randomly just goes and starts attacking one of the teams, and you can't kill him. Until he goes and actually eats all his candy.
Right. This is before the end phase, right?
Yeah, so he's just kind of running around. He's trying to eat his candy, see, but he's just like, oh god, I freaking hate it.
It's like when a postal worker goes postal kind of thing.
Roshan,
Thanks can get him.
smash
He's fine.
everything. Look at all the candy.
I think he's crapping out flowers. Flowers candy.
Oh, it's kind of pretty.
It really is his feces, though.
Oh, they should have made that like an unusual courier thing. Just dropping candy everywhere.
Maybe they
Patent
did.
pending.
Next clip sent by Lieutenant Bravo. Now, this is a very fickle clip, if you will. Just look at the text very
Fickle?
slowly. Yes. Furion and Phantom Lance are on the same team. mind
Okay.
you.
Why is he beating the crap out of him then?
Yeah, well.
Oh. And it wasn't a morph thing. What the hell?
Well, the first one was a morph thing, but apparently you can kill each other, so that's good to know for future reference in case you get out of
He
line.
got money for it.
Next clip sent by Fark. We're watching Meepo. I don't know what I was going to say about that, but
Fark.
Meepo is going to try to TP away. Oh, please, come on. Yes!
But, oh.
It was gonna be
Alright,
a
well,
global
I guess
spiderling, but it's not, I guess.
It looks like it's just kind of stuck.
Oh!
Oh God!
It was a spider mine. Came
It's
out of
like-
the bowels.
It's like Alien. I'm fine, everything.
If anybody had a white trash accent, it's this guy, and you don't even do that. Unbelievable,
No,
Reeves.
he's got a squeaky accent.
Next clip submitted by Ziggy Stardust and Reeves. I have to say, I need you to cast this one.
Oh no! All right, well we got Healy Paladin guy getting destroyed by invisible. Oh
No.
who had a ton of candy on him? Zombie dude and alien guy. I can't. The names are too hard when I'm casting a full fight like this. All right, we got Cold Bitch coming in, who is attacking Clink.
Oh!
That's
Oh!
not Clinks, that's little goblin dude. Undead guy's picking
Oh
up
my
candy.
God!
Oh, and Wardy McTen damage takes out everybody.
That ward is amazing. Holy crap.
That is. It's MVP. Oh, who's coming in? Oh, Windrunner.
Oh, this is
Alright,
good.
it looks like the ward's on her team.
Smart play by Windrunner here. Definitely
God,
smart
that's
play.
so
Oh,
much candy.
kaboom!
Oh.
Oh, God. That is pretty amazing, I'm not gonna lie.
There's just blood over all the candy.
Why aren't you a professional caster, Reeves?
Because I went to Pyrian Flax School of Casting, evidently.
Burn. All right, now that we're done with that, we can finally go over our last clip of the week, which I have to say is my personal favorite because there's something to do with me in it. But more so Reeves.
I disapprove
Yes.
of all of the following.
Reeves disapproves because this is our Halloween special Reeves fail edition. Let's just preface this entire game by we're not very good at Diretide, and I say that with mostly pointing at Reeves.
I think we won like one game.
Yes. So before picking, I was like, what's the most like rigged hero in this game? And the obvious answer is what Nature's Prophet, but it was already picked on the other team. And the second one is Wisp. Nobody ever loses with Wisp. And we're going to show you how to lose with Wisp in Diretide with Reeves at the helm.
Step commentary by Suns fan while I sit over here.
Yes. Maybe this will be
Listen,
educational for
okay,
Reeves as well.
Some of this is taken out of context. It wasn't that bad.
It was worse than it's going to be presented as. I promise you that. I was
Hooray
berating him
for
throughout the
post-editing.
entire game, which he attributes to him screwing up more and more. It's just
I
like a
was
snowball
very
effect.
stressed. You were upsetting my aura, and my feelings were hurt.
Your aura sucks. Let's get started. All right, first thing I have to mention is I've been telling Reeves to use his ult the entire game, and he refuses to do so, or he just dies immediately. So finally we're going to do it. He TPs us to trees, in the middle of trees here. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Panic.
We can
I just
finally,
panic.
let's just get it. We can just at least get some candy while we're screwing
Well, you're
this up.
screaming at me.
Yes, I'm screaming
right
like,
now.
okay, we can actually get a kill here, and you take me back with you to nowhere. Why? Why?
'Cause I was afraid you'd be mad if I just left you there.
I'll be mad regardless. All right, and then the second clip, where you're gonna TP to me here as the pumpkin. This is after me berating you for a very long time, and you're gonna have an excuse here, I'm sure. We're gonna link up. Like, all right, let's get some candy, Reeves. Where do you take us? To the same spot we're already in, Reeves. Why?
I was under a lot of pressure.
Look at the
I liked
disgust
it.
in my face. Look at the disgust.
Well, I don't think you figured it out until the second part of the TV.
And we just separate because I'm so disgusted with you. Can't take it anymore. All right, and this is the last clip that we have. And at this point, I'm trying to stay away from you, but you're just begging me to come with you at all times. So,
Come on, we'll do it this time.
so finally, he actually TPs us to the correct spot.
I'm
So far,
happy.
so good.
I was so happy.
But what
You're
happens
getting
here,
so
Reeves?
much candy.
You tell me. Boom!
How is this my fault?
Yeah, okay, technically this isn't your fault. It's just you played so poorly that somehow I end up dying with you yet again. Because of you, I should say. I mean, I'm disgusted
That
with you,
one was
Reeves.
not my fault. That was just pro
Bad,
planning on their
bad things happen to me when you're around. Alright? So anyway, thanks for watching Fails of the Week, episode 25. My name is Suns Fan. Joining me was as always, as
No, I wish. But last night I was playing Dota with Classic WoW running at the same time. I wasn't really playing Classic WoW though. It was just like off in the distance, and we were looking at some cosmetic things that we were unboxing from treasure chests. Probably going to be doing another one of those later, where we do a lot of loot box and what do they call them? Treasures unboxing. Trying to design this tabard right now though. We had some guildies asking for it, but like none of them like look good. We've got, let's see, can this even be seen on the stream right now? Yeah. Yeah, it's like we got a lightning rod. Oh, sweet. You also played Dota? Oh my gosh. So my computer has been busted for 6 months. I just got the new one in not too long ago. So I've been streaming. This is like my third day streaming. And I'm going to be getting my muscle memory back for Dota pretty soon here, so I'll be swapping back and forth as well. We're gonna have to jump in a game together if you don't mind me trying to relearn the game a little bit. But let's take a look here. We got a lightning rod, coins, an owl. Yeah, everyone's kind of got a love-hate relationship with Dota. I hear that, Devern. Man, which one of these tabards? This is a diamond. The worst cross I've ever seen. Infinity symbol. The stars look like a dumb happy face. Paw print. Another type of paw print. Or paw. An eyeball. A ripple. What is this? What is this? I don't even know what this is. Teeth? Is that rock on? Is that a hand holding lightning? Checkers? Like a maple leaf. Whatever this is, a trident. A volcano. A bull. Octopus. Rook. Two hammers. But you see how it gets all warped on the female characters? So it's hard to pick. Maybe we'll do a stream tomorrow where people get to kind of look at and pick the tabard and the colors and stuff like that. But it's about time for us to end the stream tonight. I gotta work in the morning. I gotta work in like 3 hours. I gotta wake up for work pretty soon. Let's see. Interesting how all the people that I kind of flagged to be kicked just kind of booted themselves except for this one guy. This guy, I think is a bot. I think this guy is a bot. But we'll see. I'm trying to talk to him, but he won't respond. Okay. Well, thanks for joining, guys.
He knows all, Reeves.
Shit.
Thanks for joining, and might do another nightly news in the near future if there's like a bunch of neat little clips to watch. I try to not pick huge clips, just a bunch of small little things from different random news sources, really. And it's kind of good to be informed, to see what all sides are thinking, left, right, and even people in between, and even grumpy, weird people like Bernie Sanders, which always is kind of triggering because he doesn't really talk through his ideas as much as I would like. He just kind of shouts his hopes and dreams. Not sure how I feel about that guy. Anyway, this has been a pretty interesting night and day. This is the second stream of the day, actually. Well, thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. And thanks for checking it out. Hopefully I'll see you guys again some other time soon. And maybe we'll do some stuff with the guild in the stream in the future. Okay, cool. Bye.